Good morning and welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it is the 5th day of November 2024. And what day is it? Election Day. And so everybody out there, get out and vote today. It's important. Bring friends with you. It's going to be your most important duty that you have today. And I think we're going to talk about more things that we need to do to change our mindsets and get in the game to move forward together as a nation. We're going to have a lot of challenges ahead of us. But today we're going to start celebrating and we got one thing today. Go vote. That is it. Go vote. And so today at 9 o'clock here, I've got John Tater, Mr. Tater with Lawful Defense. At 10 o'clock, we're going to have some more election coverage. And I'm going to run things a little differently today. I might play a couple of videos between 10 and 12:30, but at 12:30, we're going to be talking a lot about deception and over today and the next few days. I've got Kevin Shipp, who is a CIA, an ex-CIA intelligence or officer from the CIA. He's going to be on it. We're going to be talking about deception. Now, I want you to think about something before you see things. There was something I figured out last night, and I think it's going to become even more pertinent and important in the coming days. We're in a war right now. All war is deception. If you think you know what's going on, you don't. None of us know exactly what's going on because we are in a war. There's so much deception going on around us that I think it's important to remember what it says in the Bible. Lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your path straight. Remember that in the coming days, because I think that more and more of the deception that's been around us for a very long time is going to be coming out. And that's okay. Those things need to be addressed. And sometimes we just need to go through processes to become aware of what's really going on around us. And so if you think you've got it figured out on all sides, you don't. I had a DIA officer tell me this years and years ago that even the most seasoned person, when this whole thing comes down, is going to be shocked to their core. So here's your buckle up message. Things are going to get a little crazy for a little while, but that's okay because we're going to work through this together. And the best of America is what God put in each one of us. It's us standing together. Anything outside of that could be smoke and mirrors. And that's okay. We're going to work through everything together. We're going to come out on the other side. It's going to be okay. So just relax a little bit. Take some peace. Know that today we're going to go through the election process like we have for many, many years. Everyone needs to get out there and vote. And then after that, when things start coming out, remember that God is our Savior. Nobody else is. And we put our trust in God. He will make a way every single time. And with that said, I'm going to be bringing on my buddy, John Tater. Mr. Tater, how are you?
I'm good.
I am exhausted. Okay, I gotta be true to you here. I went to the rally last night, the last rally, and I want you to think about this. How many times have we heard that President Trump is going to be the last president, last rally?
Oh yeah.
I believe we're in a time of transition that is going to shock everyone, even the people that even everyone thinks got this figured out. I'm pretty extra sure I don't have it all the way figured out, but I have some of it figured out. And last night, President Trump got on the stage at 12:30. So we never got out of there until after 2 a.m. and came home. So by the time I got home and went to bed, it was about 3 o'clock, and I was up by about 6 this morning, 6 or 7. I can't remember because my eyes were not working well trying to set this thing up. But I think we've got a wild ride ahead of us, and it's not over at this election. This is going to be the beginning of something very new and very different. And a lot of deception and a lot of challenges are going to be coming out of the woodwork for us to have to deal with. But that's okay. Change isn't a bad thing. Sometimes we have to go through these things, change, and to know what's really going on in order to heal. So what's the song for today, sir? And what are we talking about?
Well, the song is kind of copied from, I can't think of his name. It's called Sticks of One, Half Dozen of the Other. I've added some verses to this.
Okay.
And this is probably timely for the election, but probably I should say that this is in no means or words by anything that you have said or are producing on the radio broadcast, but this is only my selection, my conclusion.
So were we on the same page this morning on deception? And
oh yeah,
and this is crazy. This is truly how God works. And because we had talked about this before we got online, it was like, hey, John and I both scooted in here, skidding the tires, getting in the seats here, trying to get things together. We didn't talk about anything that we were talking about except for bringing up the Sure versus Rhodes case this morning. But this is how God works. He puts us on the same page, and he always confirms what we think we know in a couple of different ways, in ways we don't expect. And so this is kind of cool. So,
okay, let's do
it up, John. Play that tune.
She wheels her wheelbarrow through streets that are narrow. Her barrel is narrow, her hips are too wide. So whenever she wheels it, the neighborhood feels it. Her girdle keeps scraping the homes on each side. In Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty, my Molly stands out 'cause she weighs 18 stone. That's 256 pounds.
Oh, I'm glad you clarified that. I was lost.
I don't mind her fat butt. It's not only that, but she's cockeyed and muscle-bound. Molly Malone. I know a man, the renegade, Hitler so sublime, and Obama is the biggest threat to our country at this time. Oh, what have you done, Joey B, Joey B? Oh, what have you done in the White House? You took almost every cent from the U.S. government, which you spent on crack cocaine. That was silly. All day, all night, Hunter B. That's all I hear from fake news is Hunter B. A criminal for the whole world to see. Stealing from us all for his family. Kamala is a flip-flop flake with tampon Tim, the lefty snake, a prostitute of ill repute, product of Obama. Take the keys and lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. Take the keys and lock her up, Hillary and Kamala. Oh, the moon is bright on the Capitol tonight, where the rats are all exposed for all to see. The way things are going, their luck is running out. They'll soon be hanging from a tree. On top of old Smokey, all covered with hair. Of course I'm referring to Smokey the Bear. Every time you take vaccine, take it orally, 'cause the other way, is more painfully. My grandfather's clock was the best ever made by the Timex Company. It was just like the clock John Cameron Swayze displayed last night on the old TV. Oh, it works underwater so perfectly, and it still makes a ticking sound. that my grandfather tried only last afternoon. And that's how the old man tried. Don't make a stingy sandwich, pile the cold cuts high. Customers should see salami coming through the rye. Oh, I died all day and I died all night. It's enough to drive me bats. Cut the gravy and potatoes, cut the whole refrigerator. Polyunsaturated fats. Very well, Metrical and the others of that ilk. Let the diet start tomorrow, cause today I'll put my summer with double malted milk. When you go to the delicatessen store, don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst. I repeat, when you go to the delicatessen store, don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst. Oh, buy the corned beef if you must. The pickled herring you can trust. And the lock puts you in orbit. A-okay. But that big hunk of liverwurst has been there since October 1st. And today it is the 23rd of May. So when you go to a delicatessen store, don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst. It'll make your insides awful sore. Don't buy the liverwurst. Don't buy the liverwurst.
Woo! Awesome. That's fun. How old were you when you started playing guitar?
Jeez. About 16.
Wow, that's awesome. How did you start?
Long story, but the short of it is I'm an accordion player, actually. And I was playing an accordion, and I wanted to get into a band or put a band together, and I played the accordion in the band for a little while. But I needed a bass player. And so I decided to start playing bass. And that led to six string. And between that and the six string, and between the bass and the six string, I ended up having a band that would be playing weddings and bar mitzvahs and parties and so on and so forth. And I've been playing ever since.
Well, there you go. That's very cool. So what are we talking about today? You're very talented, by the way.
Thanks. Little rusty on that, but anyway, on the song, because I just kind of wrote some of the words out. I wanted to be a little political with it because obviously we are in politics. But
you know something that President Trump said last night when he was talking? He said instead of fighting Kamala, he said fighting Obama.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And myself and a bunch of my friends picked out some of his words that he said and things that he said that you had to be listening. You really had to be listening to what he was saying. But he was saying things that were different, you know?
Yep. Obama is the biggest criminal we have. He is the renegade. He wants to destroy America. And all of these people, Biden, Kamala, Hillary, they're all part of the same group, and actually Kamala is Obama's choice for president.
I think the whole system is corrupt, top to bottom.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean when I say every part of it, it is so based on money. And when you listen to people talk, all they talk about is prosperity and money, prosperity and money. And there's really very little talk about altruism and valor and honor and doing things for the right reason. It's a little disturbing to me because there's so much emphasis put on that. And those things are not things that last. And so I think we need to have a radical change here. And the change has to come in the hearts of men. You know, people need to change and look at the treasure we have in each other and really honor that treasure that we have in each other with respect and with helping each other, not expecting people to solve our problems, but to step up and say, how can I help? And that goes to, you know, like the public functionaries that are out there. You know, everybody wants to hate on them. And I kind of do, some of them, I'm going to tell you that. but that doesn't stop us from needing to step forward and say, go call them and say, how can I help you? I was talking to one of our public functionaries this weekend at an event, and I said, we need to change something here. And he said, we'll never get it through because the Democrats will stop it. Well, the only reason
always blaming somebody else for something else.
Always blaming somebody else. It goes right back to the Garden of Eden. We're going to go ahead and blame everybody else. But the point being is that we have to blame ourselves because we didn't get in there, talk to these people, develop a relationship, and instruct them and tell them what. That doesn't mean you jump up and down like a rabid squirrel, right? Using squirrel references because I killed that squirrel and that raccoon at Peanuts and Fred this week, which is horrible. We need to go to them and tell them and talk to them and tell them our concern and start working with the people in office, because no matter who we put in office, it does not matter. We have to hold them accountable.
Absolutely.
We have to tell them. The problem is us. It's not them. It's us. It's always been us. We are both the problem and the solution.
We have put into office the government we want because we have not paid attention. We have not bound them with the change of the Constitution. We've allowed them to get away with a lot of crap. Now it's difficult putting Pandora back in the box, but we have those problems and we must correct them. We must rectify them.
I think we can do it, but the number one thing that everybody's been talking about is money, prosperity, prosperity. The number one thing we need to be talking about is, and I'm going to throw them all into this category. It's those invisible things that you can't put a price on, like love. And I don't mean selfish love. I don't mean romantic love. I mean somebody who is long suffering, who stays with you in good and bad, and honor and integrity. Those things are the most precious things that we have in our relationship with God Almighty. Those are the most important things that we could ever focus our attention on. And until we get that figured out, the rest of it is going to just completely go to hell. And I think it says it in the Bible, seek first the kingdom of God, and the rest will follow. Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and the rest will follow. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's here. But it's those invisible qualities that we should seek after. The rest will be given to us. And until we stop trying to claw each other's eyes out to get to the top of the money pile, we're never going to fix what's wrong here, no matter who's in office.
That's right. Well said.
So anyhow, where are we going, sir?
Well, we talked last week about immunity and about governmental bureaucrats and or governmental public functionaries believing that they are immune from everything that goes on. If they make a bad judgment in court as a judge, then they're immune from that system. And so we talked about it last week when we talked about Ex parte Young, and we're going to kind of revisit Ex parte Young one more time. But this is the Supreme Court of the land, which is the supreme law of the land, Article 3 of the federal Constitution, United States Constitution, that says the Supreme Court is the supreme law of the land. Whatever they say goes. And we have people like Benson that are in office that violate the law, and the Supreme Court rules against them. We're talking about the state Supreme Court rules against her, and she decides that she's still going to do what she wants to do. Or Whitmer was the other one that says that, I have all of this power because of some act that was created, and then she locked down the state of Michigan. She had no authority to do that. She was in violation of the law. She was in violation of the Supreme Court opinion, and she is in violation of the Constitution. And so she shall be held liable sometime in the future. Somebody will hold her liable, hold Benson liable, and hold Nessel liable for not doing her job, which is being a
Attorney General of the state of Michigan. She's supposed to keep the law in hand. She's supposed to follow the law, and she's supposed to tell, hey, Whitmer, you're stepping out of your comfort zone. You shouldn't be doing that. Or Benson, you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing because you are violating the law. So they don't have absolute immunity as they think they do. And we're going to talk a little further about that with another Supreme Court case called Sure versus Rhodes. And Sure versus Rhodes is another Supreme Court case that basically says immunity is something you have if you're staying within the lanes of your job description. So do you have it to pull up, or shall I just read?
No, I do have it. Hang on a second.
You might want to pull it up because there's a couple of underlines points that we want to bring out here.
Yes,
this was what they call a Title 42 case. Scroll up a little bit when you get a chance.
How far do you want me to go?
Keep going right there. This is a Title 42 case, which is a civil rights case. First of all, I want everybody to be very clear that we do not have civil rights in this country. This has been a misnomer pressed by
Caffeine Day
functionaries for years. We have individual rights. That's my rights and that's your rights. They're not civil rights. They're individual rights. But anyway, under a Title 42 case, these cases tend to give public functionaries their will and their immunity, because these cases were not designed for protecting the people against the law. They were designed to protect the government. And the Title 42, as you know, because you started going through this case, they were trying to send you to the Court of Claims, which is in Michigan doesn't exist because it was brought on by an act, not a constitutional amendment. So it's a court that has been set up by the government to protect the government. And a Title 42, 1983 civil rights case protects the government, not the people. And that's the problem that we have. It sounds good, but it doesn't work. Okay, the actions against state officials who were immune from liability. This is what they're stating, because this happened during Kent State. Remember when they had the riots, whatever they were called, the protests at Kent State over the war.
Yes.
And some Kent State students got shot, and then they filed this case. Sure versus Rhodes filed this case to hold the governor and some of the public functionaries liable for their actions. And
what year was that Kent State happened? Because I remember one of my
May 1970.
Okay, yeah, my there is listed right there. I feel like somebody's throwing sand in my eyes. So if I'm not quite tracking with you, that's why. I had a teacher in high school who was on staff at the college when the Kent State incident happened, and I remember him describing it. He was a psychology teacher, and I remember him describing it in high school. A horrific situation, and just very sad.
In fact, my professor, one of my professors, I don't know if you wanted to call him a professor, instructor, I guess, one of my instructors decided that he was not going to hold class anymore during this time period from then till the end of the semester. And he had everybody, and of course himself, was wearing a black armband. I don't know if you remember the black armband that they wore in protest of this. But he said he's not going to conduct class anymore. And what he's going to do at the end of the semester, so we get credit, is he's going to call us in for a specific conference, individual, and ask us what we did during that time period. And if we proved to do something worthwhile, then he would give us an A or a B or whatever he thought.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation, but
yeah.
But I was kind of annoyed that, I'm not conducting class as I should. I'm not doing what I'm going to do, but we'll give you a break as students because of what happened. So, whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, I got through Wayne State University, I guess I could say, where these protests and actions were happening during the 70s. Anyway, moving on. The allegation, and I'm going to skip a little bit and I'll go to a lot of the red stuff. I'll read some of the other, but people can get this case and read it because it's worthwhile reading. It's not real long, and it's not that difficult to understand. But the petitioner, sure, also alleged a cause of action under the Ohio law on the theory of pendant jurisdiction. I'm not really sure what that was. The Court of Appeals affirmed the action of the district court, and they said common law doctrines of executive immunity. And we hold that the dismissal was improper. This is the federal court, Supreme Court talking. We hold that the dismissal was improper at the stage of litigation and accordingly reverse the judgment and demand for further proceedings. In other words, they felt that you can't just dismiss a case saying, he's immune and therefore we're going to dismiss the case. You can't do that. That's not what this country was set up for. That was not what the law said. And that's not what the immunity clause basically states, that they have immunity and therefore you can't hold them liable. That's a misnomer. That's the public functionaries talking to try to get themselves out of doing inappropriate law, making inappropriate law, like Benson making an inappropriate law and saying, I got immunity because I'm the Secretary of State. No, she doesn't have immunity. We hold that this dismissal was inappropriate. We have intentionally, recklessly, willfully, and wantonly caused an unsuccessful deployment of the Ohio National Guard on Kent State campus. This is what the defendants were saying, that they intentionally produced reckless, willful, and wantonly and caused unnecessary deployment of the National Guard, which they did not need to do at that point in time. At least that's what the defendants said.
There's a lot of similarities with J6 here in this case.
Yes, exactly.
And it's like everything. There's nothing new under the sun, and evil always finds its way to repeat the same things that it's done in the past. But this is incredibly applicable to J6.
Yes, it is.
It was the feds that caused the entire problem. Yep. They targeted honest and peaceful Americans in order to do great harm to this nation.
Yes, and great harm to the Americans.
And great harm to, when I say this nation, I mean Americans, because yes. America is not our government. America is us, we the people, standing together as one family.
Act either outside the scope of his respective office or within the scope, acting in an arbitrary manner, grossly abusing the lawful powers of office. And there it is right there. That's what Whitmer did when she locked down Michigan. That's what Benson did when she changed the election laws. And that's what Nessel's doing when she's turning a blind eye to everything. They are arbitrarily, grossly abusing the lawful powers of office. It's clear as it can possibly be. Moving down to the next red line, the defendants were being sued in their official and representative capacity. I do not like to sue a public functionary in his official capacity, because then they can pull in Title 43. They can also, Title 42 rather. They can also pull you into the Court of Claims. And I want to sue them individually, which makes it more difficult for the government to use those other processes to take a person to court and to find out whether they're liable or not. In the Title 42 case, you're going to be dismissed. In a Court of Claims, they're going to say we can't sue the state. You're not suing the state. I'm suing the individual. So that's a very distinct difference. The primary question presented in whether the district court acted prematurely and hence erroneously in dismissing the complaints on the state grounds, thus proceeds any opportunity for the plaintiff by substantive proof to establish a claim. And this is what they do. They don't let you get to a claim. They don't let you do discovery. They dismiss your claim before you can prove it. And so this case says you can't do that. You can't. They have to have an opportunity to prove their claim. Indeed, it may appear only on the face of the pleadings that a recovery is remote and unlikely, but that is not the test. The test is the allegations of the complaint should be construed favorably to the petitioner. So if I'm petitioning the court on a particular issue, I should have the right to prove my claim. And of course, all of the days that I've been in court fighting and suing judges, I've never gotten to this point. They've not allowed me to prove my claim. They've not allowed me to do discovery. They just cut me off at the knees and saying, hey, you don't have anything. We got immunity. We can do what we want to do. But this is the judge in Ohio,
I think you froze up on me there, John. Let's see what's happening in John world.
Nugent, that said I was. They may not like what we're saying.
I guess so. They froze you up.
But Nugent said that I was incarcerated and that I didn't pay my filing fee. Both were blatant lies. Couldn't have been better. I was never incarcerated. And I did pay my filing fee, which I proved with a check. And he still said I was incarcerated. This is a judge that's doing this. This is a judge that made this up and got away with it so far. But he's being sued by me again on this new lawsuit. I'm getting ready to go and sue him and sue Yonker for playing the same game. Yonker's your judge in Grand Rapids over there. He's going to have my lawsuit very soon. I'm getting ready for that. So they have to give you an opportunity to prove your case. And if you can't prove it, that's one thing. But if you have the ability to prove your case, you have the right to prove it. Now, moving down a little bit to where it says, however, since Ex parte Young, it brings that out. We want to talk about that briefly. You got it there somewhere. However, since Ex parte Young, it has been settled that the 11th Amendment provides no shield for a state official confronted by a claim that he had deprived another of federal rights under the color of state law. Ex parte Young teaches that when a state officer acts under the state law in a manner violative of the federal Constitution, he comes into conflict with the superior authority of the Constitution. And he is in that case stripped of his official and representative character and is subject in his person to the consequences of his individual conduct. The state has no power to impart to him any immunity from responsibility of the supreme authority of the United States. How can you become more clearer than that? Yonkers and Nugent can't hide behind immunity. They play other games with me, but we're closing the windows on all those games that we're playing. So moving on to the next red line, which is down at the bottom of the page. They are seeking to impose individual and personal liability on the named defendants for their claims. Here we're going. Personal liability. We're not suing them as an official. We're suing them as personal. Personal liability for what they claim. The district court erred in dismissing the complaint for lack of jurisdiction. This is another game that they play on people. You don't have any jurisdiction. What happened when Texas was suing in the Supreme Court? I think it was Pennsylvania. The Supreme Court said you have no jurisdiction. Well, there's a lot of courts, a lot of district courts that'll use that jurisdictional argument to dismiss a claim.
I'm going to stop the camera for just a minute, but I'll be here. I'm just going to turn it off so I can blink my eyes a few times here. Okay, so keep going.
Okay. The Court of Appeals relied upon existence of an absolute executive immunity, which doesn't exist. Within the scope of the official duty, the Court of Appeals was correct. If on one hand, the immunity is not absolute, but rather qualified or limited, an executive officer may or may not be subject to liability depending upon the circumstances that he may reveal by evidence. This is the whole key right here. Is he personally doing things that he should not be doing because he's not following the rule of law? Or is he acting within his scope of employment and doing his appropriate job? And that can make him immune because he is doing his appropriate job.
It all comes back to the job description, really. And if they're staying on the rails of what they're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
And I don't think that most of them actually understand the job description. I really don't. I think they get in there and all of a sudden they start, doing whatever they want to do rather than respecting the rules and the structure of a constraint that was put in place.
That's right. That's right. The king can do no wrong did not protect government officers from personal liability. The common law soon recognized the necessity for permitting officials to perform their official functions free from threat of suit in personal liability. Their official functions. This official immunity apparently rested in the genesis of two mutually dependent rationales. One, the injustice, particularly in the absence of bad faith, of subjecting to liability on the officer who is required by the legal obligation of his position to exercise discretion. The danger, number two, the danger that the threat of such liability would deter his willingness to execute his office with the decisiveness and judgment required by the public good. This takes me back to Wisconsin and some of the other cities that the public functionaries, mayors, told the police, stand down, don't stop the protest. This is the protest of love, or what did they call it? Wasn't the protest.
Protest of lies is what it was. It's like that chief of police that took a knee to these BLM pukes that were here in Grand Rapids.
They had no authority to do that. And
he was a coward, and he listened to the mayor, and he was a coward, and he didn't stand with the law, and he violated his oath of office against the people. And that's exactly what they did. And then all of a sudden they start shouting out the bullshit like race baiting crap that's going on out there, and racist, whatever it is. No, this is a matter of law. He took a knee to someone who ransacked this city.
That's right. Once again, willingness to execute his office. That police officer should have executed his office, although he was afraid of getting fired, losing his job, losing his pension.
He should be completely disgraced. And when they do this, they should be completely disgraced.
Yes.
Because somewhere along the way, they took on either a bad order or they got paid off with the money. There's no other explanation for this. And these people that take a knee to these domestic terrorist organizations like BLM and Antifa should absolutely be prosecuted to the highest standard of the law.
That's right. In this country, the development of the law of immunity for public officials has been the product of constitutional provisions as well as the legislative and judicial process.
Okay.
Federal
You said public official.
You're
wrong. You got.
I'm reading.
Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna tater you. I've learned well. Okay.
I'm reading.
Okay.
I'm reading what they're saying. They still use the same terminology for whatever reason.
Go down farther, or where are we?
We're on roll down a little more. Keep going. In this country, it should be. Keep going.
There we go.
There you go. In this country. See, it says public officials have been products of constitutional provisions as well as legislative and judicial processes. The federal Constitution grants absolute immunity to members of both House of the Congress with respects to speeches, debates, votes, reports, and or actions that are being done in session. Only in session. Not when they're out on the street, not when they're in the public eye, and not doing some of the other things that they're doing. This is specifically clear in the Constitution that they do have absolute immunity while in office doing their public functionary job.
Just within their job scope,
Yes.
You can't sue them just because you don't like what they did. You can't sue them because you didn't get something you wanted. You can only go after them in a personal way when they did something outside of what they're supposed to be doing. And disagreeing with them and their choices is not part of it. It's did they hold to what they were supposed to do?
That's right. I'll roll down a little more to public office. There you go, public office. Public office, whether governors, mayors, or police, legislature, or judges who fail to make decisions when they are needed or who do not act to implement decisions when they are made to do not fully and faithfully perform their duties of their office. So if a governor does not perform her duty or his duty, Governor Whitmer does not perform her duty while in office, then she is not fully understanding her duty. And when a judge rules against you on some silly fail to state a claim upon which relief can be granted without giving you an opportunity to prove your claim, that judge is not fully understanding their duty either. So it's very clear here in this case that the Supreme Court, which is the supreme law of the land, which lower courts or inferior courts must follow, they're duty bound to follow, have to follow these words of the Supreme Court. Whether, and we go down for the next paragraph, we need determine only whether it is an absolute immunity, and then if immunity is qualified and not absolute, the scope of the immunity will necessarily be related to the facts as yet not established either by the affidavit, admissions, or by the trial record. So you must establish those immunities, those absolute immunities, if they exist, or if they don't exist. Under the circumstances, which is the next line or so, I'm
Do I have to go down yet, or am I good?
I think you can go down a little more. I'm probably jumping too fast ahead of you there. Right there.
Right there. Okay.
Being created. I don't know where we're at. When.
Give me a key word here.
Key word. This should be at the top of the page. The word "this" question must take into account.
Yeah, I think you went
too far.
There we go.
There you go. All right. That under no circumstances can officers of the state government be subject to liability under this statute. And it talks about, if you skip down a little lower, the legislature historically indicates that there is no absolute immunity. There is no absolute immunity. So all of this crap that the judges are handing you, that this judge has absolute immunity, is garbage. It's not true. To put it in Biden's words, is garbage.
Well, there you go.
Now there's still another part that I want to bring out. Go down to a sentence that starts with, it's in the middle of the page, to be sure. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There it is, to be sure. I'm going to go to the red part. It is not the title of his office, but the duty with which the particular officer sought to be made to respond in damages is entrusted. The scope of the rule which clothes the office official acts of the executive officer with immunity from civil defamation suits. In other words, the duties here of that particular office that official is doing, not official, public functionary is doing, is the scope of the rules which he is clothed in his office to conduct. He can't go beyond that. And that sets up his immunity.
Well, and I mean, I know that everybody that gets in office or that is hired through our government has the written words for a job description. They just don't have the integrity to not only hold themselves to it, but to hold others to it. You can't point the finger at everybody on the outside of your sphere of influence or the people you work with without also being fair and applying those same standards to the ones of yourself and the people around you. And so I think this comes down to being willing to clean your own house out first. And I think where we see this so clearly right now is the protection. It's the protections that they're giving each other. The judges protect the judges, protect the cops, protect the politicians, protect the people who are in the pay, protect the gang members. They're all protecting each other. And it has to be, we're going to have to go at this as a house cleaning, absolute house cleaning, where no one has any type of protection for what they've done. And if they've done the right thing, well, you know what? Then they will stand on their own merits. If they haven't done the right thing, then we are going to have to call it out for what it is and not protect them. If you're a teacher and you see other teachers doing the wrong things, you cannot protect them. There's so many women who have been charged with having sex with younger guys, and it's disgusting to me. You know, all of this stuff is so wrong, but the teachers unions and that sort of thing, they protect and they shut people up. It's exactly like that with the judges and the attorneys. They do something wrong and they protect each other. Or within the law enforcement, they protect each other. They will not step out and clean their own houses out, and therefore, because they've all got dirt on each other, you know. Right. And so because they've got dirt on each other, they refuse to do the job that needs to be done, which you've got to have an outsider come into these organizations. That's why, you know, you go in the corporate world, you have to have a hatchet man or woman to go in there and cut the cancer out. And right now we've got so much cancer going on in these capacities that, you know, what we're talking about right here is the immunity within their official capacity. You know, we're going to have to clean these organizations and our government from top to bottom has got to be ruthlessly cleaned out.
That is true. Let's go to the last page of Sure, because this is extremely important, both in your case and my case and whatever we're trying to do here. It's the last page. Right there. Oh, you passed it.
Yes, I sure did. Went right to the references, didn't I?
All right, right there. It says further proceedings, either by way of summary judgment or by trial on the merit, are required. Doesn't say should happen or will happen, might happen. It says are required. The complaining parties are entitled to be heard more fully than is possible on a motion to dismiss a complaint. So if I file a complaint, Yonker, I hope you're listening, and Nugent, I hope you're listening, and the Supreme Court, because this may go to the Supreme Court. If I file a complaint against the judge, I am entitled to be fully heard and be fully recognized as to my complaint, that it is either plausible that the complaint was true and in fact, before it can be dismissed by summary judgment, by any of the other claims or issues or ways that the Supreme Court or that the district court can dismiss a complaint. I have the right to be heard. And that's if I can prove my claim, then I get the relief. If I can't prove my claim, then I lose. But that I have the right to prove my claim. This is a critical paragraph or sentence right here that many of the judges in the court system will not give you an opportunity to carry on to do discovery to prove your claim. They hide behind the shield of summary judgment, of failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. On any of the other slogans that they use, do not have jurisdiction, without giving the opportunity of the petitioner to plead his claims, to plead his case. So a very important case that we must look at.
Well, I really like going through these cases, and I think it's a great way to learn what's supposed to be done, not what they're doing, but what they're supposed to be doing, what we're supposed to be doing as a nation. And it's just really sad that none of us really were educated in how the law was supposed to, how we could create a lawful defense for ourselves instead of having to jump on the, with the bar attorneys and watch them like slit our throats in front of the judges whom they work for. It's really sad.
Remember, in our republic, in our magnificent republic, we have the rule of law, and we are supposed to follow and live by the rule of law. That includes all public functionaries. They are the ones that have been violating and abusing the laws for years. Not so much the public. The public has done silly things like maybe speeding, which is not really critical, and the state holding a fine because you were speeding in your car, and therefore you owe the state money. This is the crap that has been heaped upon the public. The real fact of the matter is that the legal system is so corrupt and hides behind the bar, basically, and the judges hide behind the bar as well as the attorneys, and the public has very little ability to win in a rigged game. And that's what we've got, a rigged game in the courts. And so you got to know the law, because the law is really on our side, but you got to be able to know the law, and you got to be able to reiterate the law when necessary. If you don't, then you get twisted up by the court system and you lose. You can't win if you don't have a good understanding of what the law is all about. Heck, I have a good understanding about the law, and I'm still getting beat up. So
but you keep going, you keep getting up,
gotta keep going.
That's just it. You don't let them get you down. You just get right back up and get in the fight.
That's right. My next battle is going to be a big one, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I look forward to that. It's kind of fun to hear your pain and beans and all other kinds of creative things that you have going on. So, all right. Well, John, last words for the day. I'm going to go to a quick break, and then I've got Jason Ickes, Melissa Frizel, and Christina Holbrook and Chris Deal, the big deal, coming on next. So
remember, we have a Zoom on Wednesday nights. Would love to see more people participate, more people get involved, more people learn the law. And so you can do that by coming to our Zoom on Wednesday nights. And you can either go to the magnificentrepublic.com and find out how to get on our website, on our Zoom, and pay attention to see what's happening. When you learn the law and you learn what the requirements are for the public functionaries and yourself, we'll have a better world.
Well, there you go. So, all right, guys, thanks, John, and thanks for the music and the songs and all that good stuff. And we will be right back with Jason Ickes, Melissa, Christina, and Chris. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it's the 5th day of November 2024. And what day is it? It's election day. So everybody get out there, vote, bring friends, do your civic duty, which is to vote. No matter what we hear or see, we still are responsible for doing the right thing. So I'm going to bring my buddies on now. and we're going to talk elections, talk life, talk everything. How you doing, Jason?
Great. How you doing, Donna? Good morning.
Oh, I got to tell you, we were at the rally last night. I got there about 4:30 and had friends with me and such. So we got there at about 4:30. The doors opened at 6:30. Got in there. President Trump didn't start speaking until 12:30. We got out of there about 2 in the morning, and by the time I got everybody dropped off and back home, I got home about 3:30. And so I'm running on like fumes here. I probably got 2.5, maybe 3, maybe at best 3 hours of sleep, probably closer to 2.5 hours. So if I stop my camera, which looks like this, I'm probably yawning or stretching or something like that. So you guys are going to just have to talk amongst yourselves and carry on a little bit. So did you go last night?
No, I didn't, but
I didn't think you did, but you would have said hi.
I had a lot of other stuff going on, so I only got about an hour of sleep last night.
Well, good. That's good. Then we can be yawning friends together here. So don't start yawning because I'll catch it.
Yeah,
So,
very contagious. Likewise.
yeah, there you go. I'll just, okay. Well, Melissa, how are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm good. I was thinking about you last night when I heard he was in Michigan. I was like, oh, I know she's there. So
I was, and you know what? I was. We were sitting up very high because, of course, we have a suite at the Van Andel. So we were there with friends and had a very, very nice time. And I gotta tell everybody, and I mean, there are some things that I've had figured out for a long time that I don't always talk about, but last night it was so apparent that the strength of this nation has got to rest on we the people, because, and I've said this over and over again, what happens if we put our trust in a man or a person and things change dramatically? You know, the possibility, well, first of all of us are going to die. There's no two ways about it. Even if we cheat death for a long time, we are going to die. President Trump is going to die eventually. And when we put our faith in a human being rather than, especially in a position of being a public servant, a public functionary, we got a problem. Because what's the sustainability plan past that? You know, we all love President Trump. We love him, and I get that. But the real answer rests on we the people standing together. And when we were hanging out with all of our friends last night, we had people that were coming around and saying hi and just visiting together. The incredible amount of love I had for everyone there, both in the arena, standing for what's right, standing for what we believe in, standing for this nation, standing for each other, spending time together in the most beautiful way as one nation under God, was just overwhelming. And it was such a beautiful thing. And the beauty comes from the people. And so as moving forward, I think we're going to have a pretty bumpy road ahead of us. I really do. And with that said, we always have to come back to what it was always intended to be, as a nation that was of, by, and for the people. And I think that we have to remember that, because some of the things that I've seen that are very disturbing to me is that though I love everything President Trump has done for us, you know, I love the policies, I love what he's done, we cannot turn this into a situation of idolatry, but one of service to each other, love of God. Our focus has to be on God. And when things go wrong, which they're going to, it's the world we live in. The world we live in is a world of problems that we have the opportunity to change and serve, right? And so as we go forward, we cannot let problems, we cannot have bumpy roads, we cannot have cheating or stealing or anything make us go crazy. We stand on the promise of God unwavering. Our focus is on God, following him. Whatever happens, he is going to lead us out of this together, just like he always has in the past. but our focus has to be on him following his lead, and his will be done, not ours.
Yes, amen. And
Amen.
I would like to open up by saying I think I have to apologize for misspeaking yesterday. I just want to let everybody know that information that I had received may have been bad. So therefore, to about H.W. Bush being the director of the CIA back in 63 or 62 and 63. So I just wanted to clarify that because I don't want people to think something that's not right to be right.
This is a great process because as we go forward, where we are today should be different tomorrow, because every day is an opportunity to learn. It doesn't mean anybody's stupid. It doesn't mean that we're at a deficit or there's something wrong with us. It means that we're growing if we change every day and can admit, well, you know what I thought yesterday, I wasn't quite right on that, but we're learning and we're learning together, and give each other grace as we change going forward, realizing that we're just people. We're human beings. Human beings make a lot of mistakes because it's like we're like a bunch of little kids running around in the playground, throwing rocks at each other and, sand in each other's eyes. And we're doing the wrong thing a lot. Okay. It's just the way human beings are. Doesn't condemn us in any way, shape, or form. It just doesn't. Human beings are like little kids learning to walk and run and fly. That's what's going on here. And so we need to truly just reach out to each other and say, hey, buddy, it's okay. You can make a mistake and we'll get up and we'll go on again and we'll be better tomorrow. We get a chance to start over. And with the help of God.
I just have more time.
What's that?
No.
You were breaking up, Chris.
Am I?
You were.
I was. No. I think
Iron sharpens iron, and it's really important that we always help each other sharpen our blade. Becoming wise in all things doesn't come easily and doesn't come without trials and difficulties. But yesterday we were talking about the election, and today is the election. And I just can't help the last month and a half, the mainstream narrative has been, well, illegals can't vote. Actually, it's been for the last 6 months. Illegals can't vote. Prove it that when illegals voted. Then all of a sudden, some examples started coming out. Now we've got a Chinese national that voted, and then he tried to get his ballot out. And had it not been for him trying to recover his ballot, we wouldn't have known. and he ended up getting charged right here in Michigan, and a student of U of M. So this is, I believe, U of M. It's or a affiliate college there, but it's hysterical the lengths that the mainstream will go to discredit a topic, but they've lost so much credibility by just being reluctant and dragging their feet and trying so desperately to cover up all of the loopholes that they've created in the system.
You know what I noticed? That story's not getting a lot of play either. And then it was on Face the Nation, and the female was arguing with the dude when they were talking about the story, like, oh, well, we caught it, like that's some big accolade. It should have never been allowed to happen.
That's the thing, is they didn't catch it. The guy came back in and said, I want my ballot because I don't want to be charged with a crime.
That is not
That's
smart.
self-reporting.
Like
you didn't catch it.
That sounds like propaganda to me.
Oh man, it's absolutely unreal. And you know what? I was reading that on Newsweek, and Newsweek hasn't been,
Did you see CNN basically call out Kamala Harris? So this is what I think's happening. I think some of these news publications know that Donald Trump is getting ready to win, so they're trying to get more back to not successfully, I might add, but they are attempting to try to look like they might actually be a reputable news publication. We all know that's not the truth. It's all, hindsight now. We see what you did. We know the lies you've been telling. But I think the first thing Donald Trump should do is get rid of that freaking Munt-Smith Act from Obama. That would change the way that our news runs, because that's not even considered news. That's entertainment. They call that entertainment. It's not news anymore. Everything has to be classified as entertainment.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The whole legacy media thing wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the intelligence community anyway.
Oh, I know.
So the reality is that we're getting back to citizen journalism, and it's much better. I believe that podcasts, that things like this, are the way that people should get informed. It's the opportunity for each other to have open discourse and debate, and that dialogue is what actually creates genuine ideas and policy, and raises the collective conscious. But
Right now, the way that our like the podcast and the citizen journalists, like you just mentioned, there was a time that if you weren't with some big network, or you didn't have an outlet, then your voice couldn't be heard. But it's not like that anymore. And me and Donna, we found that at the People's Convention. They will give us a voice now if you are a citizen journalist. It's like I have press passes to the next Turning event. So Turning Point event. So I mean, it's changed, and especially with the internet and the way that I mean, like I said before, the data's there. You just got to find it. It's changed completely from the way that we get our news. And if you're a smart person, then you don't even watch mainstream media. The only time I watch mainstream media is to know what narratives the left will be talking about next. Otherwise, I watch other people. I don't need to be entertained. I need to be informed.
I think there's a really important point that I'd like to convey, that I believe is going to weigh towards the likelihood of Trump actually winning here, and that is with the going forward on the charges with the smurfing and identifying the foreign countries of origin for that money that's going into the Democrat and Rhino campaigns for the last couple of at least the last couple of election cycles. Those money laundering facilities, one obviously was FTX, right? The cryptocurrency. Well, that's clearly gone. So that one method for them to launder the money and hide where it was coming from is no longer available. On top of that, the system, the mechanism, it's been widely reported on. So it's not a technique that they can use going forward that won't easily be discovered. And then we have the prosecution of the Smurfs by 20 states attorney generals that are all digging into this. What they're finding, and what I believe that it will be revealed, is that the same people that were bailing out the legal defense fund for BLM and Antifa, that network is all tied in to this whole money laundering scheme. And because the pressure is on that, because that pressure is on that financial network, I think we're actually going to see an opportunity here where the left wanted to do some riots. They're really pressuring it, but they're not going to have the legal defense network apparatus that they had last time, where they could do civil disobedience and get bailed out that night. And they had this massive amount of money, and it was like a well-oiled machine, and it was very demoralizing to law enforcement because they couldn't keep anyone out of the streets, and they couldn't keep them from causing all the chaos and destroying federal buildings and such. So I think this time around, what we have now is that there's so much pressure on their financial network There's so many eyeballs on this election. There is so much frustration amongst the American people. I don't think that they're going to have the political will to be able to do what they did last time. And I have said for the last year, I think that they're going to hand it to Trump, top a ticket. And I think they're going to steal down ballot because I think they want to drop the economy on them. And I think they're going to use these illegal immigrants. They're going to make runs on the banks. They're going to start drawing money out of the banks and then cause a collapse during a Trump presidency. And while they have control of the House and the Senate through, the rhinos and establishment and the Democrats, they can impeach him and keep him bottled up and prevent him from doing all the things he wants to do. Meanwhile, demagoguing the populist movement and demonizing his followers. So not that they already haven't done that since January 6th, but they realize that they have a very, very big problem with populism and they don't know how to properly deal with it. And I think this is how they think they can diffuse the situation. Because I think that the reality is they want to maintain control of the country mostly intact.
I said this days ago. I think that they will purposely tank the economy. I think they will purposely do that. And it's funny that you said something about bank runs. A friend of mine called me from Chattanooga this weekend, and he was talking about I can't remember the podcaster's name, but that a very big podcaster, Philip something, is fear-mongering people into taking their money out of the banks and buying gold and silver. And I hadn't really noticed it before, but then I did a search on it, and a lot of people are using that same tactic. But have you guys seen the Poly Market this morning? You guys know what that is, obviously, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so they got Trump at 63%, but they've got Kamala Harris winning the popular vote at 73%.
Only if they cheat their ever living behinds off. I mean, seriously, it's like, I mean, who in their right mind would vote for a cackling hyena to be in a position to manage our assets?
You said the word, right mind.
They're not in the right minds. This is nutty, guys. I'm telling you, it is so nutty, nutso, right?
And then we also still have a very large population of people that would be conservative or even libertarian voters that are just deciding to not vote this year.
Not vote. That video I sent you, Miss Donna, it's a 5-minute video. But what the woman says in it it's her reason for not voting. And it's kind of, she says the reason she's not voting is because who are these fuckers to tell her, who is she to go vote for someone to govern her? She said that these things are born rights, and it's a powerful video. I don't agree with it 100%. I think that you don't get the right to bitch and complain, but I don't know that she's bitching and complaining if you're not willing to get up and go vote. So, but if she's a much younger woman, and then this morning I seen the line at one of the Pennsylvania universities, because I think Pennsylvania is where they are hunkered down to 100% pull any type of fuckery that they can. The line was long.
Universities. It's the universities, and it's the post office, everything.
Well, they shut some of the locations. Their machines aren't working. They don't have the correct ballots. So the fuckery has begun. And now we just have to be vigilant as citizens. And when we go to the polls today, because I have to vote today, just pay attention to what the fuck is going on. And you should do that in your everyday life anyways. With the way that our country exists and the amount of sin and crime and corruption, you should 100% be paying attention everywhere you go. Otherwise, someone's liable to snatch your ass up. You're going to end up in Afghanistan being somebody's little, let me just stop.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, this is really important. It's like when you see something, say something. And I think that one of the things that we're doing here on BNN that I think is going to be really valuable for the future is we're documenting stories and taking testimonies from people. a lot of this stuff could be used as evidence when we get into a situation where justice is being served. And I think that we're going to see that happen. So as we go forward, you need to pay attention so that you can use it as evidence against the lawbreakers. And first of all, the first and foremost, I don't care whether anybody here likes anybody or not, or thinks, and I don't mean on the panel, I mean everybody listening to this. I don't really care if you like people. We're not in a popularity contest. You know what? We have got to focus on what is in the Constitution, the highest law in the land, what is in the law, what is in the standard, which is the Bible that we were given. What is those unchangeable truths? All you got to do, just read the first 10 commandments, just read the 10 commandments, okay? They added to it. It wasn't enough for the Jews with the 10 commandments, so they put in another 648 laws just to convolute it. This system we're in right now has gone down the same path that every civilization has gone into. They add to the basic law in order to justify their criminal behavior and go for unjust gain and individual gain over all of us, right? Mm-hmm. You have to look at the law and stick with that. We are required, it is our duty to vote, regardless if they cheat. We still have to do what's right, and we have to just outperform them. And I think that we're learning to take our country back. We didn't even know how to run this nation. We still don't know how to run this nation the way it's supposed to, because we've never lived in a nation. Nobody alive right now has lived on this planet or this nation the way that it had been intended from the beginning. Because you go back, I'm pretty extra sure there's nobody here alive that was here when the Federal Reserve was put in place. Pretty extra sure when they started screwing with that. Pretty extra sure you can go back to 1871 and see what happened there. Nobody was alive at that point in time. So
I don't know, Donna. Let me check my voter registration real quick.
Yeah. Hold on.
But we're learning, because so much has been changed and hidden from us. And we're going to have to come to terms with, just like what we talked about this morning with Chris, that we're going to have to be okay with being wrong with some of our perceptions and hanging our hat on our own knowledge. Lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make our path straight. He is going to make our path straight. We just have to follow him and humble ourselves before God Almighty. He will take us through this.
I want to read something. So this is by Thomas Jefferson, and this is in the Sovereign Duty, the Chris Ann Hall book. It says,
I love her.
I
love Chris Ann Hall.
Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are a gift from God? And someone messaged me, because I get tons of videos on TikTok every day. A school teacher messaged me in Pennsylvania this morning and was just really wanting to know if I thought Donald Trump would win, because now we're down to the wire. We've been, the past, 8 or 4 years with this, and this is the finish line right now. And she was pretty fearful, afraid that Donald Trump would win. And she made the comment that it's disgusting to her that she cannot teach her children the right way, meaning God, but she is required to talk about the left ideology with the transgender bullshit and that sort of mental illness. And it really got me thinking, like, I'm sure there are a lot of people that feel that way, because we assume that if someone doesn't come out and say, I'm on the right, I'm voting for Donald Trump, that they are on the left. But what I'm finding is people that work in the school communities, the government communities, even if they're voting for Donald Trump, they can't tell their peers that for fear that, you know, they'll be ridiculed, because those are left, you know, left leaning, I don't know, divisions of the snake. But it just really makes me concerned how many, I'm sure there are a lot of people that today that have woken up like, you know, I really hope Donald Trump wins. And then someone asked me, if Donald Trump won, what would be the first thing I bought? I said a steak. I couldn't think of anything else.
Well, you know, and look at it. What is Donald Trump? When you distill this down, Donald Trump is honestly, he's the figurehead of our values.
Right.
He stands for the values that we hold dear. He stands for America and the values that we love, right? And it's so important to just get our arms around this and realize that we're in a spiritual battle right now between good versus evil.
Yes.
And you know, and all of those things. I mean, it's important to clearly define this, because I'm just going to say it. This going to be a tough pill to swallow here a little bit. We have been defending him. We love him. What if things go substantially wrong today? What next?
Listen, you got people all over TikTok calling for war. And it's not just the right, it's the left too. Basically, they're saying if Donald Trump wins, then the left is going to riot.
Well, and that's the dumbest decision anybody can make right now. We will not be picking up our arms. We will not be going crazy. We will not be rioting. We will not be doing the things that they're trying to get us and provoke us into.
Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to provoke us into that so that they can implement that policy from the DOD a couple weeks ago, how to control our citizens in civil unrest. It's like, there is a way to do things, but unfortunately, when I did Take Our Border Back, this is what I found. Even though, you know, Take Our Border Back was just a gathering of, you know, Christian patriots, people portrayed that as us being infiltrated by the feds because of January 6th. I mean, they wrote fucking hit pieces about me, for Christ's sakes, because I said that no, we didn't want any long arms or long guns, and that we were not a militia. But that's the problem. You see, people are so fearful because of January 6th and because of the things that they have done to Donald Trump. It's almost like they are using that as an intimidation tactic. And yes, I believe they did that 100% on purpose. I believe that the feds was 100% infiltrated that. I believe that the weaponization of it was planned. Especially after talking to like some of the people that, you know, that were a part of January 6th, they did that on purpose to scare the people so that you did not use your First Amendment right to, one, free speech, and to gather and protest when the government has become so tyrannical that they're literally shoving shit down our throats at this point. In the United States, you are told how to feel, how to think, and who you should vote for. And it'd be different if we had some great accolades to follow that up, but we don't. Our country is in despair. They talk about us in other countries saying to watch your women and children in the United States. It's like, so we have come to an extreme without our even knowledge, because we got here and a lot of people were not awake to this. We got here without our knowledge by backdoor deals and indoctrinations in our schools and erasing our history and, you know, our vaccine. I mean, we got here not 100% knowing, but we fucking know now. We know now.
That's
And
right.
I believe that it's going to be rough going forward, regardless of who wins. It will be rough. But like Elon Musk said, you know, this might be, if you don't get out and vote, this might be the last election you ever have an opportunity to vote in, because I believe that they will try to put through some type of policy for these illegal immigrants to vote. And if they vote Democrat, then we don't have a shot in hell. You're talking about millions of people.
Melissa, what say you?
Yeah, I got kicked off. Yeah, my issue today is number one, people that are still not voting. At this point, I wouldn't even call them American.
Melissa.
I mean, it's frustrating that there's so many people that are like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. And the things I'm hearing are, oh, well, it doesn't matter who wins. It's all staged. Kamala's not going to take your guns, and Trump's not going to do anything to this group. And it's just all, yeah, I'm
You're
like,
right. Kamala's not taking my guns.
but anyway, I'm working on other things at this point. I'm hoping this election goes well after my experience in 2020. I know there's going to be issues.
Did you ever tell Donna about what happened to you when you ran?
Oh, yeah. So when I ran in 2020, I had all of the other,
What'd you run for?
I ran for state senator in New Mexico. And I was actually at the time over the election database for the state of New Mexico under Trump victory, was who I was being paid by. But I was working for the Republican Party of New Mexico as a data coordinator. And months before the 2020 election, I was going through and doing what I do with data, running it in pivot tables, doing an analysis. And I found months beforehand where we had one phone number tied to multiple voter records, different addresses, different names, this and that. I took that to the New Mexico GOP in the summer of 2020, and it was like, something's off here. Like, why do we have one cell phone number tied to like 10 to 30 different voter IDs? It looks like none of them are related. Well, now we know that tied into the 2,000 mules, right? They never did anything with that. They tossed me out as a fanatic, failed to support my campaign, for that and a lot of other topics such as the child essaying trafficking. They told me the media, that's not what the media wanted, so they weren't going to address it. That came from the top of the party.
The Republican Party, that came from the Republican Party.
Yeah. In New Mexico specifically. And this was right about the time we were all demanding and begging them for help to open an investigation into Epstein Ranch, Tesoro Ranch. And they refused to move on that. They refused to get support from, to publish one of my op-eds on that Cuties movie. Again, saying that's not what the media wants. At what point do we stop playing into what the media wants and do what we're supposed to do and listen to the voices and concerns of the American people?
That part.
Now, in my election specifically, I did my own analysis afterwards. And what I did in mine, and I think this is why they did this with the USPS, stop scanning the mail for this election, is I sent out self-addressed stamped letters. I didn't do the political mailings. I printed letters, signed them, put them in a regular envelope with a stamp. What that did was that enforced that my political mail had to go through the scanning system, right? And so I had a ton of mail, which I still have a lot of it with me here, showing that these letters that were sent to voters in the database to their mailing address, they came back as deceased. They came back as, there's nothing at that address. It's just land. I mean, all sorts of different things were stamped. And the reason was on the yellow sticker. I took that to the New Mexico GOP. They did nothing. Nothing. And so, and that was like days after the 2020 election. They didn't want to hear anything. Now, purposely, because I was running the data, I did leave all of my work on their server on purpose. So, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, when it comes down to this election, I mean, we have to, like we're talking about the rhinos, they're plentiful, so there's going to be some states that, unfortunately, if they're going to do a repeat of 2020, like New Mexico, you can't even depend on the GOP to act accordingly.
Well,
Didn't
I
they
want
try
to
to use-
confirm this a minute because, calling them rhinos, we need to really stop calling them rhinos and call them what they are. They're communist infiltrators. They are communists, and they have infiltrated and infected like a cancer every single one of our structures that are out there, because the commonality is that they're communists.
Melissa, didn't they try to use your data later on after they had already done that to you?
Well, on one of them, so on one of the affidavits that I put together, in fact, that was when I was in Taos, New Mexico. I was at the polling station at the courthouse, and I was out there observing, had my camera, and I was watching people walk up with a handful of ballots, drop them in the box. Nobody out there observing, nobody watching what was going on, which they're supposed to be, right? They're supposed to have somebody observing these. And so I got video footage of people dropping a handful of ballots in the box and showing that nobody was around. And so, yeah, I got contacted later on that one and asked if they could use that in the Trump litigation for New Mexico. I was like, sure. But then, however, here, a few months back, I went back and I revoked that, but that was for religious reasons because of the party, pushing, on the war and such. And so I'm like, look, if y'all are going to sit here and push it and, see that my people right now are being unalived due to these wars, then I'm sorry, you're not going to use my information. Because that was more of a personal matter with the party, not Trump specifically, but the party, because of their continuous pushback. And even recently, I reached out and before the rally in Albuquerque, and y'all know this, like reached out and told them, keep some of these people in New Mexico at an arm's length, because historically speaking, a lot of us can attest that they do not have the best interests of the voters at heart. They're not listening to us. They're going with the status quo. They're going, let's just keep this whole political machine running the way it has historically. A lot of them, they're wolves in sheep clothing. You talk about being communist, but yeah, a lot of the Republicans are wolves in sheep's clothing. But we could say that about the Democrat Party too.
Yep, it's a slow-moving cancer that starts in the neighborhood, moves to the schools, goes from the schools to the universities. From the universities, it goes to our local government. Then from our local government, it goes to the federal government, because you can't get to the federal government until you have support.
Yeah. One note on the election, I got feedback from somebody in Houston this morning, and her husband is working one of the voting stations, went to go unlock it this morning. Tell me why the janitors of the school decide to unlock the building for voters themselves today.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been reported, but yeah, so we have school janitors in there trying to, I guess, get involved and bring people in to vote. I don't know what that's about, but it's being looked into.
Listen to a conversation I had last night. I was talking to some people. Actually, Melissa, we met the guy that we met at that antique place in upstate Ohio.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The Amish guy. I was talking to him last night, and the only reason this spurred this conversation is because Dwayne told me, Dwayne is my husband, guys, that he was hearing that about 20,000 Amish people were gonna come out and vote for Donald Trump, and I was like, 20,000? I'm hearing a different number. So I called this gentleman, and he basically told me the Amish are coming out in droves to vote for Donald Trump, and it's not 20,000. He says he doesn't know the number, but he knows it's significantly higher than that. He said they were sending people, like, their little Zoom buggies or whatever they horses, or I'm not sure how they move around. Anyways, they were sending those people to other Amish countries, especially after what they did to that Amish guy in Penn that was selling all those natural foods and stuff, that sending them over there to tell the other Amish communities, you need to get out and vote. And a lot of it was the Amish says, well, we don't get involved in politics. It doesn't directly affect us. But I think the Amish really see where if Kamala Harris gets into office, it could directly affect them, because we are adding policies on top of policies on top of policies. We have so many agencies. There is no way for any normal human being to really know every agency we have, every law that goes with that agency. So if you don't know, how do you know you ain't breaking laws? It's just got, and I'll reference that squirrel case. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, the squirrel. Yeah, okay. So that dude needed
Say his name.
Peanut.
Peanut.
Peanut the
Peanut and
squirrel.
Fred. We're going to keep talking about Peanut and Fred, the psycho communists that kill rescue animals.
Right. Well, listen. So, right now on TikTok, so everyone assumed that this dude did not apply for a permit to have some kind of, rescue, whatever he was doing. Well, it's coming out now. Apparently, he had applied a year ago, and the permit was just sitting there. And then on TikTok, they are attacking a woman by the name of Monica Kiesler. Supposedly, she is the one that turned old Peanut in. Well, it came about last night because I do investigation. I don't start talking about some shit I don't know about. Someone set this girl up, made a fake apology on TikTok on a troll account, and it went viral, and now people are giving death threats to this woman. And I can't say whether or not she's the one that turned the people in or not, but I do know the admission on TikTok came from a fake account. So that reminds me, there are so many. Yes, that's the woman.
She's from Longview, Texas. She's from Texas.
Yeah, well, I don't know if she did it or not, but I know that. Yeah, she's from Texas. She is a I don't know, what's that called when you take care of the nature
conservation, but on the same note,
conservation.
She's also a Kamala supporter.
Yeah. So, okay. So I see you got the Facebook up there. So what I found out last night was whatever went down where she was, I don't know what she was doing, happened on Facebook. And it happened with a woman by the name of Evelyn. And I guess I don't have any screenshots to prove what was or wasn't said, so I won't speak on that. But they have doxed this woman's information. They have put out her children's school schedule. Like that. And I get, if you have done something wrong, by all means, you deserve the heat that you're going to get. But as being someone whose information has been doxed and whose children's information has been doxed, the people that exist on the internet, they don't do their research. They make assumptions and then they run with them, and they allow other people to tell them what the truth is. And you don't even know if it's the truth. It's a problem. It's a severe problem. And if we're going to regulate a shit ton of policies, look, the fucking squirrel is dead now. Why didn't you just leave the squirrel alone? The man was taking care of him. I think they always had it out for that poor little squirrel. But it's just a point that we are so over policized, so over. Rules, signs everywhere, sign. Does anybody remember that song? Yeah. And that's why I feel like every time I hear one of these stories, it's like, I wouldn't have never known that having a squirrel at my house was not legal. Jesus. So and they say that ignorance is not a defense. Or incompetence is not a defense in the law's eyes. But realistically, with all of the policies and procedures that they have, how are we supposed to know if we're breaking the law?
Well, it's adding to that base core law, so we actually end up looking at the details instead of the intention and the overall law. We get caught up in all of these distractions and such. But I had to bring this up because I think this is hilarious. Trump wins 48 states if he does this. I think it is from Benny Johnson. Right. I think absolutely hilarious.
I seen one last night where Trump, his words were behind the dancing squirrel and the dancing raccoon, and they had little MAGA hats on and little Trump 2024 hats on. I just thought that was the greatest thing. But it shows us even the animals in this country are not safe. You got allegedly Haitians eating cats. Now you got, squirrels and poor little raccoons just being offed by the government, some government freaking 3-letter agency. It's just so
Hey,
crazy to me.
can I point out one thing about the Haitians and the cats?
Yeah.
It's been an ongoing theme in this country that we make, like the stereotype is that the Chinese restaurants use cats as part of for food, right? Like that's been an ongoing thing for, decades, for a very long time. And so like, how is it all of a sudden far-fetched to think that immigrants that are here that came over illegally and have nothing aren't eating the wildlife, including stray animals, and maybe perhaps even pets on occasion?
Well,
right now,
I
as a
investigated
farmer,
that.
I got to show you something because right as a farmer, I got a bitch about something right now. Hang on a minute. I need to bring this up because the marauding is real. Check this out.
I don't know what that word means. Marauding.
Taking over something that they're doing. Check this little bastard out. I got a possum yesterday. I caught snacking on bees as they're coming out of the hives.
Now, those Republican or Democrat bees?
Well, that is definitely a communist because he thinks he needs to go in there and eat our bees and redistribute the wealth of what bees can make to himself. He's going to have a problem with me, pretty extra sure. And yeah, he's a thief, and he has invaded our bee nation, so it's bee treason. And
pull out that lead thrower, Donna.
That's bee treason.
Yeah, it's bee treason. It's that little guy is going to have not a good life expectancy at this moment in time.
Jason, I actually investigated that.
Okay, I'll trap him and we'll remove him. There, is that everybody feels better?
There you go. Be nice about it now. I investigated that Springfield story because I'm very close to Springfield, and this I'm gonna tell you what I found. And trust me, it was my own party that came for me when I put this information out. Okay. I went down there and I spoke to a large amount of people. I went to the ravine. I did all that. I didn't put any racist fat white dudes on my, on my video talking about, Haitian immigrants. I chose not to do that like some other podcasters did. And I'm in their group, their Facebook group. So what I found when I was down there, I didn't see any evidence of any cats being eaten. I didn't see any evidence of any ducks or geese being eaten. There was plentiful. I talked to a cop. Now, this was the first day this story dropped. I talked to a cop down there who had no effing idea what I was talking about. So when it all shook out, and Trump talked about it, and what it all shook out was no one had any actual proof. And I record everything. Everyone knows this about me. If you're around me and we're in any type of event, I am more than likely recording. Okay. So I seen what the situation was for myself, and I spoke about that, and Republicans came for me. But what I have later on, what I've gathered is they may have had, some kind of problem with ducks or whatever, but that is the Haitian culture. They do that in their culture. When you assimilate a large amount of people into one nation that don't have similar cultures and practices, these are your consequences. But I believe that the residents centralize that in order to get, the public eye on what was actually happening. And what was actually happening was there, and Time magazine or Time somebody did a study, an in-depth study on that, and the Haitians were coming there to fill a employment gap, and it started out with just a few to fill the employment gap. If you talk to the businesses, they appreciated it. They say they work their ass off, they work long hours, they show up for work, and Springfield has a large population of drug addicts. addicted. So, and I won't speak on that, but to the businesses, it was a great thing. But, you know, great things have problems with them. Like when you bring all your effing friends. So the Haitians came, they filled that work gap. And then before you know it, everybody was coming. Everybody from Florida. These Haitians came from Florida. And they all just descended on the little town of Springfield, Ohio. And yes, when you have a large amount of one culture descend on a small town like that, these are the consequences. So don't blame anybody but Joe Biden. Don't blame the Haitians. Don't blame the Venezuelans. Don't blame the Mexicans. Don't blame unless they're coming over here for some kind of treasonous or terrorist thing, because those people, their economy's not good. Their living situation's not good. They have crime and gangs and cartels in their country. I don't blame these illegal immigrants that come to this country for a better life, because I know what their life is there. But with that said, do I want them here? I do not, because it causes problems. I think we need to have a better pathway to citizenship that doesn't, isn't costing the American people so much, not just in deaths, but monetary. And and you could tie all of these situations into one key problem. And you know what that problem is? Fucking Democrats. Joe Biden. I think a lot of the things that he did on purpose. And when you come into office and you put all those executive orders in one day, there is no way for anybody else that critically think or have some kind of common fucking sense cannot, just devalue the fact that he did all of this shit to our country on purpose. This is treason. And poor little Peanut, because he got caught up in all the drama. I'm off my soapbox now.
Okay. Well, now that you've beat that dead horse,
Right.
don't mind if I switch back to the election real
Yeah,
quick.
let's do that.
We're all pissed. All right. We're all pissed at the nonsense we're going on.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
what
like-
it is.
I'd like to put out a couple of dots to be connected. One
Okay.
is, that regulation that recently was changed or modified that allowed the DoD directive for the use of deadly force
Yeah.
by military.
What are we calling that? What are they calling that? Because I just keep saying that, I keep referencing the DoD.
It's a DoD directive, but the policy directive is, I believe it's 5400 or something
Is
like
it
that.
5240.01?
Yeah, 5240 or 5420 or something like that.
5240.
I got it on my phone, but the person who can authorize that use of deadly force is the Secretary of Defense, according to that directive. The
That's
Secretary
Lloyd
of Defense.
Austin.
That is Lloyd Austin. And you know where Lloyd Austin went after being a general?
No, but I'm sure you're gonna tell me.
Raytheon. Do you know who is responsible for the Albert sensors that monitor our government systems?
Raytheon.
Raytheon.
Listen, we think that they had something to do with the Texas Panhandle wildfires, but that's just a side note. Go on.
There's a few dots there that I just kind of think are real consequential, and I think it's going to come down to when we say, well, it was the responsibility of CISA to make sure that foreign actors didn't get into the systems. So do we blame the foreign countries when they manage to get in and manipulate things, and then our own government covers up the fact that they failed? Is it foreign governments, or is it our own government? Or did our own government turn their heads? Well, they left their systems open and accessible.
Or did our
That's
own
like leaving your
government
wife at
plan
home
it?
with the
There's
gardener.
the question. Did they plan that in the takedown of America? Wasn't intentional? I typically think that, as stupid as people are sometimes in these offices and such, I don't think they're that stupid to leave it open. I think they're more evil than they are stupid, and they just do it for plausible deniability. They'll go like, "Well, I don't know what happened." Yeah, you did, and it was intentional.
like that brick of gold you got in exchange for turning your head the other way while China walked in the back door.
Right.
Exactly.
So
Bought up all our
on,
land.
I think
on that DoD directive, could that be challenged with the Chevron deference?
I don't know if there's any real ability to challenge that, because the directive, the language specifically states DoD forces that are attached to local law enforcement conducting intelligence activities. So that is presuming that they're actually operating under the color of whatever local enforcement agency they're partnered with on whatever activity they're conducting. So, for example, you go to Ruby Ridge, right? Waco, things like that, where military might be augmenting law enforcement for intelligence or other capabilities. In some situations, they may be providing a bomb sniffing dog or other capabilities that locals don't have, and so they would be augmenting. And it would be, the idea is that if they're in a situation in which they're raiding a cartel or a operation or a gang zone, and they're doing coordinate activities or isolation, or having to conduct an actual raid on bad guys with guns, then they would actually need that. But it specifically states that it's on a case-by-case basis. So, and the SecDef is the approval authority. So that's pretty high. That's a pretty high bar for approval. So I'm less concerned about that necessarily. But in my personal perspective, I also think, man, it's going to be necessary when they go to clean out this Tren de Aragua that has occupied buildings, because that's what it's going to likely come down to. Those are going to be shooting matches, clearing them out of those buildings. They have strong pointed and are now occupying territory on U.S. soil. And so
we are occupied right now. There's no two ways about it. When you look at how many of the cartels come from specific foreign countries, they are those countries, and we are occupied right now.
Well, especially with Tren de Aragua, they are literally take their orders from Maduro. So they are tied to the Venezuelan government. They are an arm, an extension, a paramilitary. It's just like Hamas is for Iran, right? It's the same thing.
Constitutionally, that's called an invasion, which the federal government is supposed to protect each state from. Just
right.
How can they protect us from what they're funding? I mean, there's the question right there. It's like, maybe this is the what's that?
Just saying, maybe there was a coup d'etat. Maybe there was a coup d'etat, and we're actually under foreign occupation and control.
That certainly can be, because it sure seems like we're occupied to me. And I agree. And we funded it. Well, we didn't fund it.
No, they're looting.
They're looting. Yes.
Yes. Look, they drained our strategic oil reserve. They've drained our bank accounts, right, by basically lending so much money that we'll never be able to pay it back, and that the interest is far outside of the realm of even freaking reason at this point.
They commandeered our natural resources by clear cutting and taking all the mineral rights in the state of Michigan.
And using foreign LLCs to buy up all of our land.
And the corporations taking all of our resources, and they just say, oh, well, I guess we're all stockholders, so we've got to serve the stockholders. Forget the American people. They're irrelevant in this system. That's exactly what they've done.
That's how you dismantle a corporation.
There you go. I think that comes a time where we just seize all of this nonsense back. Let's talk reparations here. I think we should talk reparations. I think we should claw back all of this unjust gain, throw it on the table, and distribute it to every single American that's out there. Forget protective classes. Forget the protected classes. It goes to all of us. We either stand together as one nation or we fall. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So I broke up. Now, I was saying that I don't know how much you got on that Chevron deference, but one thing that I was looking at is there's potential grounds for challenging that DOD directive.
Is
Like
the
I was
DOD
saying,
even legal? Let's put it that way.
yeah.
I mean, all of these organizations are not even legal to exist.
Whoa, actually, the War Department was one of the first departments to exist. It's just relabeled to the Department of Defense for propaganda purposes.
Right.
So I was saying that the potential grounds of what I'm on my research here, just at a high level, you could argue that it misinterprets or overextends statutory authority, conflicts with congressional intent on privacy protections, and reasonably interprets terms related to surveillance. And Donna, I'm putting all this in my notes. Like, this is all being added to what I sent the other day. So I'm going to put it on Google Drive. I don't know, Google Drive, or which one would be good, just so you can watch the updates on this stuff.
I don't know. Just let me know. Send me a link and I'll look at it wherever you are. I'll figure it out.
Melissa, I think the angle that you're looking for is that, and Donna, that there's no authorization for a standing army, right? And the Constitution specifically points out that the government will not quarter soldiers. And what do you have but BAH, which is basic allowance for housing for soldiers to live in homes on U.S. soil. So technically, the federal government is.
There you go. We're quartering them right there with our cell phones, right there, because they're using it for surveillance.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're quartering, like Jason says, they've been quartering soldiers for a long time.
Right. The idea is that the local militias, right? The whole point of the Second Amendment, you form local militias. The governments would then call up the local militias to then perform national defense activities. And so there wasn't a need, or there really isn't a need for actual national military force, which is what we have now, is all these active militaries. There's a reason why we have the largest, most professional military in the world. It's because we have an all volunteer force. Well, why is it an all volunteer force?
Yeah, I'm showing that there's potential violations on that directive on privacy rights, the Posse Comitatus Act, the Sixth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, First Amendment, and Fourth Amendment.
Right, but what you're looking at is it's all negated because it's under the vampire policy, as I call it. Essentially, the local law enforcement invites them in to augment their activities, so they have a free pass. And
so, is that like what with the National Guard being called in? Is that so? If you're inviting, is that the same concept? Am I thinking about that correctly?
In the inverse, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So because the federal government would call up the National Guards to conduct national defense abroad, and then the inverse is the state saying, "Hey, we have civil unrest. We need additional forces or capabilities. Bring in your satellite surveillance stuff, and whatnot, and super secret listening and spycraft."
I just read your name, Chris. What is a name?
Doctor Who?
What's it?
So, Donna, did I send you the template? And I know Christina is probably on our drive. And so I did a proposal for a Texas State Sovereignty Protection Act I'm taking to Austin. on the 13th. And, you know, of course, the way we know this works, if we can get this, you know, seen in one state, it's going to help, you know, all the others. And just some of the key provisions in this, but the objective is to pass legislation that prohibits state and local law enforcement agencies in Texas from assisting in the enforcement of specific federal regulations or mandates that may infringe upon Texas sovereignty and individual freedoms in accordance with the 10th Amendment. So
the sitting governor can squash any federal involvement. So the governor of whatever jurisdiction can say, no, feds, stay out. In the case of Michigan, GBI Strategies, in the investigation there, the first right of refusal always goes to the state. And so the state did not accept federal involvement. So the feds, the FBI, was not involved in the GBI Strategies investigation in the very beginning. But when they realized that they didn't want that to be exposed, they didn't want it to be going on, the feds came in and said, well, this is a multi-state jurisdiction. We've got it going on in other places. Would you be willing to share? And so they were allowed to come in and look at some of the stuff. But the case is at the AG's level and essentially dragging it out to the point where no one's ever going to get prosecuted and nothing's ever going to happen. And they're basically pointing the fingers at each other saying, oh, well, it was just rogue employees filling out bad data. Wait a minute. So you're saying that you're not culpable for what your employees do? Well, isn't that like that? You have a compliance officer, for crying out loud. They hauled the compliance officer in the interview with the law enforcement's there, and the compliance officer doesn't even know what the laws are. Like, this is an open and closed case. It lends itself to just being completely taken care of with just their own statements in the law enforcement interviews. So, I have a hard time understanding how that did not get prosecuted. And the only thing that makes sense to me is that they were registering. How do you register people to vote in a state that has over 100% voter registration already? That boggles my mind. Who are you registering to vote? Right. Yeah.
Illegal immigrants. Let's just be gutter with it. That's who they're registering to vote.
They're registering ghosts. They're registering anybody they can. They're going to this is like ghost registration, right? It's like, I'm going to take one name and I'm going to give it 29 addresses. We don't even care if the name exists or there's a person there. We're just going to allege it. I got something in the mail the other day for my special needs daughter. They're going for people that can't even function with a pencil. Okay.
Well, you saw what they did to Jimmy Carter, right?
With what?
What they did to Jimmy Carter, right?
Yeah.
That dude was not, that dude had almost 1.5 foot in the grave. Like, you can't tell me that dude even knew what was going on to even know he was voting. Come on now.
Zombies have the right to vote.
Well, listen, I heard a case, I don't know what state it was in yesterday, about someone that was born in 1876 was actively voting. Like if you're voting and you was born in 1876, then I want whatever it is you're taking.
Well, hey, you know what? If we're letting ghosts vote, maybe they're smarter than the people we got sitting around. I'm just saying that. It's like when I look back through history and see what people could do then and now what our skill is, that's the skill. We have thumb skill, right? That's it. It's like that one direction on our phones. They could do all kinds of cool stuff. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to have ghost voting. I'm kidding, okay? So
yeah,
I know
you might be better off.
I know there's some communists out there that are going, look at what Brandenburg said right now. It's like, no, get a sense of humor. Only it's not funny, right? It's like, but we have ghost voting. How many ghosts do we have voting in this? People that are dead, gone, over, nada, not walking on the planet, disqualified. You know, I want to go.
Disqualified.
What's that?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
That's right. We're done. We're done. We have passed over into another dimension or to heaven or hell or wherever they are, right? But they ain't here. They don't get to vote here.
But they still got a voice.
What's that?
Even dead people have a voice in the United States. The living people don't, but the dead people, they do.
So it seems how you brought up ghost voters. I'd like to bring up phantom voters.
I really wasn't kidding here. We got dead people voting in Michigan.
we also have phantom voters. Oh, the margin of victory in 2020, we have that many phantom voters right now. Ballots alleged that had been reported as cast that all of a sudden disappeared, and the tally stays the same, but different people casted ballots. So we have phantom voters. And
okay, so how can we check our votes? Like, is there a centralized system in each state where you can go on and say, you know, here's my name, this is who I voted for? How can we confirm that?
The Secretary of State's responsible for maintaining those records in each state. Plus, your local jurisdiction has whatever authority it uses. For example, there's either archives or libraries that usually maintain the records. Courthouses sometimes maintain the records. There's also, depending on the jurisdiction, they may have a historical society that maintains the records. So it's jurisdictionally dependent. But if you wanted to look at your ballots, which they don't keep paper ballots, they should keep every paper record for every one of these things in a daggone warehouse, that if anybody wanted to go look, you go in and look.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do that because Jonathan Brader, the little weaselly, worthless guy from the Board of Elections who wouldn't let us go look at other petitions there, that little weasel needs to be gone. And I mean, he was like chairman of the board of Eric. I'm sorry. We wanted to go in and look at the other ballots. No, we couldn't do this, but we can let some Yahoo contractor go and take copies of, take him to Bangladesh. We weren't allowed in. It's sort of like with our programming, right? They have every state level hacking organization, bunch of pukes across this world into our code, but we can't look at this because you know why? That would be bad if we let the American people see the criminality, starting with the Board of Elections, Jonathan Brader, Jocelyn Benson, Nestle, who stuck her vile behind in my face at a meeting, and Whitmer. I'm going to tell you what. That's all you got? I can't even believe this. She actually did. She stuck her behind in my face.
I'm too violent for that. Way too violent for that.
You know, it's like I hate to say this, you know, it's like I'm not lesbian. I don't want her butt in my face. Okay. It's like it was kind of vile. It really was. I wouldn't want anybody's butt stuck in my face, but I don't want her butt stuck in my face in a meeting. It was like you're gross.
Did she do it on purpose? Was she all like that?
She came down the aisle of supremacy there off of her little podium and went around and was going down the aisle, shook hands with the people on the other side, and stuck her booty right in my face as she went back, just do like that.
Bam!
Seriously.
But I gotta go to work, so I'll talk to you guys later.
We love you, Chris.
We've just gotten too far off the rails for
Hey, so it seems how we got off the rails, but I'll bring it right back. Seems how you brought up Jonathan Brader.
He's on track here, Mr. Right.
But I want you all.
They took my heart.
Yeah, I'm voting today.
Yeah.
After this.
Love you guys.
Love you, Chris. Or whatever your name is.
Yeah.
So to bring it back to Jonathan Brader, where was he at for 12 years? He was at the Brennan Center for Justice. And what did he do there?
Making up policies on the fly, clearly.
Yes, policies that allow non-citizens to vote and to remove voter ID requirements. So he went around the country with the Brennan Center advocating for those things. And guess there's this interesting person. Now, I don't know if this is this is one of those dots out there that somebody can maybe connect. One of the vice president of democracy at the Brennan Center for Justice, where he was at for 12 years. Her name is Wendy R. Weiser.
Wendy what?
Wendy Weiser.
Weiser, okay.
Hold on a minute here. Now I'm going to connect the dots right here because I'm going to guess that you threw that little nugget out there knowing that we were going to take this back. Is this person related perhaps to Ron Weiser? That was
I'm putting the dot out there for somebody to make the connection.
All right, wait a minute. Wendy Weiser. Yeah, well, because Ron Weiser was tied into all kinds of bad shit, including money laundering $150 million through his little contribution to the communist U of M. There, I'm going to make all kinds of friends with that. Don't send your kids.
And I need to make a correction earlier.
What?
I need to make sure I just make a point of clarification earlier that I had stated that the Chinese student was from U of M. The student was in fact from the University of Michigan.
Yeah, U of M. Well, the U of M, when you see that nonsense and some of the stuff that showed up in Ann Arbor, there's another organization that I'm kind of like trying to tack this thing down right now because I want to find out. She's an attorney, and I'm kind of curious because there was what I know you know what I'm talking about, Jason. There was something that got started in U of M, and also there's two offices, and Ann Arbor was one of them. Communist organization that led dead center in Ann Arbor. You know what I'm talking about? I can't think of it right now.
Yeah, I can't think of it. I haven't got much sleep.
It would be really interesting. Let's see
I slept good last night. I knew I was going to have a rough day, so I was like, I'll be pulling an all-nighter tonight, like I'm sure the rest of us will.
I'm freaking sleeping. I pulled an all-nighter last night watching President Trump. Tonight, I'm going to just like, Jesus, hold the wheel. I'm sleeping.
Yeah, take the wheel. Take the wheel.
If Trump had showed up in the squirrel outfit, I would have really been.
That would have been great.
I swear to God, I would have never left. If he would have been in the squirrel outfit, I would have been like, I ain't leaving. We're not leaving until we win this thing. That was just amazing.
Well, who's wearing their black garbage bag to vote today? Graham, did you see the picture of his plane and then all the garbage trucks and then Kamala's plane? That shit was done on purpose. I fucking love that man. That shit was
the most epic trolling ever.
I know. That's why they don't like him. You know that, right?
Hilarious. Hilarious. He is hilarious. I laughed right out loud at some of the things that were said last night. I'm just like, I can't believe he just said this. This is hilarious. Throw it out there. Say what needs to be said. No apologies. Turn a few tables over. Piss a few people off. Tell the truth.
And that's what we have to stop being afraid to do that exact thing, because otherwise you're just complacent with all the bullshit. Like you gotta be, you gotta have the gonads to stand up for the truth. I told this to someone yesterday when they said, you're voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump too. And then it was a conversation, and it got to the point where I ended up saying, I stand with the truth. And as long as Donald Trump is standing with the truth, then I'll stand with him. But if he doesn't, then I won't. Because I'm not in this cult, and I don't think that Trump is God or any of that crazy shit that the left accuses us of. And that's just the dumbest shit in the world, side note. But I stand with the truth, and I stand with the people that are committed and the warriors of the truth. If for some reason Donald Trump decides to start lying to everybody, which I doubt he will, then I won't support him anymore. And that's how everyone
should lay him out.
Yes.
It's like, you can't give as much as I love him. If somebody did the wrong thing, we have to bring the truth forward.
Oh yeah.
I don't care who it is. If I screw up, if you guys screw up, I would say, first of all, I'd give you a running chance at righting the situation. I would give you that. I would go to that. I would go to you and I would absolutely give you a running chance to repair the damage you've done. However, with that said, it's going to have, if we want transparency, that transparency has to be blind. It's like the blind scales of justice. We have to apply it that way. Okay, I'm still looking. Wendy Weiser.
I'm looking too. I see National Task
Now
Force.
you're going to have me completely and totally.
Brennan Center for Justice.
Yeah, I'm there already. And this
I'm looking at her Wikipedia. Vice President for Democracy.
I hate that word. I'm really, every day, I hate that word worse. Who's your dad?
I call it a mockmocracy because I think that's more appropriate. But
what is it? A mockmocracy?
Yeah.
It's a liocracy. It's what it is. It's a deceptionocracy. It's a lieocracy.
Or demonocracy.
I call them demon rats.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't, like I told you guys before, I shouldn't have to feel that way. You know, I'm a good person. I shouldn't have to look at other people and question whether or not they have morals and values. But over the last 4 years, it's like that's all I'm doing. And it's changed me as a person.
I feel you.
I don't want to look at people that way. Like, ugh. It's their own fucking fault.
So,
all right. So we got to go down here, and we're going to be totally obsessed about this. Thank you, Mr. Ickes, for dropping the bomb on us here.
By the way, if you looked at her profile on the Brennan Center for Justice, at the very top area of expertise, ensure every American can vote. And then the next one down is gerrymandering and fair representation. And if you look at over to the right, under projects, there's a couple of things that are all related to the census. And you got 2020 census litigation. Then you've got census reform and census confidentiality. So what's really critical here is I've done some work on the 2020 census, and I've pointed out that the census's audit that was conducted and reported in the following year, 2021, that the errors, according to their own audits, indicate that 3 states were stolen or disenfranchised congressional representation. 3 states should have had congressional representation. They should have additional seats. And 3 states got seats that they didn't deserve based on the audit of the inaccuracies in the 2020 census. Now, they said and they claimed that the discrepancies were due to COVID and the inability to get proper, knocking on doors and talking to people. And because they couldn't reach people because of COVID. And so they use that as an excuse. But if you look at what these lawsuits are, they were fighting to get non-citizens counted into apportionment. This is so when we talk about
little weasels, they're little weasels. That's what they are, all of them.
This is George Soros's open societies, right? This is taking down the borders. Look, when he conquered the central banks, he essentially conquered the world, and now he's just trying to get rid of all the borders because he already controlled
get rid of us.
Yeah,
well, that's the climate. That's the carbon tax, right? If you want to live, you're going to pay the carbon tax for living in George Soros's world.
What a psychopath!
Well, I was going to say, what a fucking nut.
I'm just saying, you're a carbon-based life form.
We got to pay because we're carbon. I mean, think about this. These people are nut jobs. Too bad we polluted their world as worthless feeders to them.
Listen,
how dare you?
The Brennan, so that Center for Justice, they have a live event on November 7th from 3 to 4. It's called The Insider's Guide to Election Results. I'm about to RSVP for this. I'm about to see what they're doing.
You're going to do that, aren't you? And then you're going to...
I am. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, let's like throw them out there in the light. So disinfectant to their evil right there. Throw them out in the light. You ever do, I was telling people the other day, you want to know how to disinfect something really fast? This is great because when they don't do the right thing, when I was at that recording Stephanie Lambert and Stephanie Scott's one of their hearings down there, they weren't going to let me in, but they did anyway because I kind of pushed the issue just a little bit. And thank you to some of the other reporters who were trying to keep me out, but ended up helping me to get in spite of themselves. We were out there, and so they were like beating on Stephanie and Stephanie. I turned the camera on them. You want to see some Weasley fake news pukes run and watch the horror in their faces. It's beautiful. Turn the cameras on them. And they don't even know what to do with it because they're used to sitting on their little high horse, their high mountain, and trying to terrorize everybody from their little pristine media castles. Turn the camera on them and watch the horror and the shock in their faces. It's a beautiful thing. Seriously.
Space companies.
I think we should turn it on. Every time we bring somebody forward like this, throw them in the light, make them have to face it and question them right there. In a public forum right there.
Scroll down that and show that list of things that the vice president for democracy has worked on.
Low IQ person talking about democracy. Okay.
It says nonpartisan in her bio. Nonpartisan think tank.
Look at that.
Yeah. The Brennan Center is very much far left. But it's a C4 organization, so they can't say partisan. So they can't claim partisanship. They have to be nonpartisan.
They lost me right here with Citizens United. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's getting into Badville right there. That was a bad decision.
The Brennan Center is one of the major think tanks on the left that is responsible for the situation we're in this country right now.
Communists. They're communists. Look at this. And now they're going to tell you how to think so that we can't read it ourselves. They got to have an explainer right there to explain it to us. Low-level bottom feeders here,
Not an explainer.
What is an explainer? Explainer.
So that is Eastern.
Well, what's funny here is let's go a little bit further. You can see that yellow banner at the top.
Yeah.
You see that the Atlantic. Now go to the Atlantic.
Like in the thing, or just pull up a new link.
Pull up a new search there for the Atlantic.
Yeah, which Ron Weiser, same last name, was part of the Atlantic Council. Excuse me, and we had the entire Republican Party jumping on. Well, they got rid of them. Okay, that's a good thing. But Atlantic Council, and
the Atlantic Council is NATO's think tank. So here you have this communist think tank and NATO's think tank working hand in hand to discuss on how to fortify elections.
How to steal elections.
Yeah, you said it.
And fortifying shit. These people disgust me.
So the Atlantic is the newspaper that promotes the propaganda that the Atlantic Council's think tank generates, right? So that's two separate entities, but they're really the same.
Check this out. Atlanta makes an $18 million investment in new fire trucks. This is like they're like trying to deflect what I'm researching for. This is taking forever to transfer. Oh, we don't want to look up that because I'm sure I got cookies all over the place where Donna Brandenburg has been looking into stuff. Actually, I screenshotted a lot of the Atlantic Council stuff because that's always good to have in your back pocket.
I have like 16,000 videos and pictures in my cell phone. I record everything because the internet has a way of just fucking disappearing shit.
Poof.
Hey, we were talking about that at the top of the Brennan Center. It says the Atlantic's David Frum is going to be there at that November 7th event, right?
Yeah.
It says at the top in the yellow banner. So if you
Yeah.
just select the Atlantic's David from, and then do a Google search for that, you'll find that David from is from where? Toronto, Canada. Where's Dominion voting from?
Toronto.
Canada.
Oh my gosh.
And from, what was he? What's he famous for? He was the speechwriter for President George W. Bush.
Oh, there's a fucking corrupt one right there.
You couldn't even make this stuff up.
I know.
Where was he educated? He was educated at Yale and Harvard.
There's a surprise, big surprise right there.
Isn't that where like the skull and bones are as well that he's affiliated with? I mean, if you go as far back to like Prescott Bush and their affiliation with the Rockefellers, if you just start there, you can see the progression of these families and the control over the United States that they have had for the last 100 years, 100 plus.
Yeah. This is a crazy.
This is like
this guy's the one that's known. His claim to fame is coining the term "axis of evil," and he's a board member of the Republican Jewish Coalition and the R Street Institute.
Look at what happened. See, I've got a son that brings me coffee. Thank you.
Listen, why does that coffee got ice in it?
No, it's got because I like iced coffee.
Oh,
yeah. So.
This is my coffee, and I grounded it this morning.
This was my second cup of coffee. This is now my third cup of coffee. That's how you manage a rally right there.
Yeah, I can't drink that much coffee. You'd never get me to shut up.
I'm a professional coffee drinker.
My brain starts to move so fast.
By the way, this guy, so remember they claim to be nonpartisan, right?
Right.
So enough to have somebody that's on the other side. They can claim they're on the other side, but they have to have somebody from the other side that's at least portraying to be on the other side, right? Well, this David Frum fella, that speechwriter for Bush, he's the one that wrote books, most recently Trumpocracy in 2018 and Trumpocalypse in 2020. So talk about like an anti-Trumper, a never-Trumper.
Oh my gosh. Here we go. We've got books right here.
So they have an article, 7 facts about voting, the myths being spread about them. Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah. Seriously, Jesus, take the wheel here. This is so nutty.
It says election processes are full of checks to identify ineligible voter registrants. Then why are they there? If we got so many checks and fucking balances in our election, especially in our voter rolls, then why are we having the problems that we are having? This is propaganda. This whole fucking website is propaganda.
Can't say you're wrong.
No, it very much is. It is the literal definition of propaganda because it's state funded.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But we're a nonpartisan, but let the state fund us.
We're funding our own demise. Oh, check this out. Okay, so they even give us a picture. All right, let's throw him out there. There he is, David Frum, American political commentator. Let's see what he got to say. There's George W. Bush, George W.
Yeah, they all look the same. They all got that same kind of shitty, evil,
vacant look in their eyes.
Yeah.
It's what is it? The beady Canadian eyes.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's my soul was God.
My Canadian friends. I can't say that. I've got one friend I just call him Canada. So Canada, this doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, it's like the eyes of hashtag my soul is bought.
Hey, he's Frum announced on his blog that he was joining Rudy Giuliani's presidential campaign. Okay, this guy's got his little claws and everything. Joined the Atlantic as senior editor. Israel-Gaza conflict. Here's his books. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see him beating up on everyone here. George Bush. Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney, the largest contributor, the largest single contributor to the Lincoln Project, the
Right.
anti-Trump.
John McCain, the guy that set up the child trafficking stuff that never did anything except for taking money, and I suppose just like make it look like they're trying to do something, but didn't.
Well, the shit he did in Africa that started that fuck all those lies and started the fucking Iran shit.
So you know what? It's all a game. We have
Yep.
smoke and mirrors. You know, we really, this is a game of and a war of smoke and mirrors. Believe nothing, trust no one, and just kind of sort through the information and be willing to change.
But this is, I wanted to show you that, but also I think it was a great opportunity to do a little bit of OSINT, open source intelligence. So just looking and making the connections and doing that due diligence, right? Because the best thing we can do is make sure that we're well informed and knowing how to do that and what to look for and where to look for it. Sometimes you just got to get a nudge in a direction.
The nice thing is to just go down the rabbit hole a little bit and you get one click. Do you ever do this where you're like up like all night, right? Not at a Trump rally, but just because there's cool stuff to look at. And you go with one link and it makes you ask questions, go, I wonder what this is connected to. Then you click on another one and another one and another. Next thing you know, it's 6 o'clock in the morning and you're ready for coffee. I've done that.
Yeah, a lot. I do that a lot, but I only require like 4 hours of sleep. So
that's about right for me too. But
I require coffee and lots of it.
Yeah, caffeine keeps me going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not I drink a coffee in the morning and at nighttime. If I'm like really tired, I'll drink coffee. But I largely exist on tea. A lot of tea.
I drink tea as well. I try not to overdo the coffee. I try to mix tea in.
What you guys don't understand, okay? You know the food pyramid. Let me pull up a food pyramid in a minute because clearly you missed this part of life. Okay,
The base is coffee.
What's that?
The foundation of the pyramid is coffee.
No, it's even better than that. Hang on a minute. I'm going to show you something in a minute because this is an important piece of knowledge that we have all missed over life here. All right, so here's our food pyramids. Just a minute. Let me give you an example here. All right, here's the food pyramid from the global death cult that uses pyramids and crap. But anyhow, I want you to look at this little graphic here. You will notice, and I assert my case right here. I'm going to build a legal case on my theory here. You will notice this black line that goes around the whole thing and pretty much ties the entire pyramid together. Do you know what that little black line is?
Our soul.
It is coffee and chocolate. That is where it is. They missed the most important part of the pyramid.
Now, I love me some dark chocolate, though.
Yeah, the thing that holds everything together in this pyramid, it's coffee and chocolate. It's the dark line there. I'm going to tell you that right now.
What in the world is with the rainbow pyramid? I can't.
Is that a new LGBTQ direct? I mean, are they eating different food?
DEI version of the food pyramid.
I don't know. It's gone like woke gay.
Well, DEI, I have a feeling that will be phasing out. A lot of companies, large companies, are phasing out their DEI offices now.
All my gay and lesbian friends out there are laughing their tails off right now because they know that I'm because we kind of agree on this kind of stuff, and we laugh about the nonsense and, as you put it, the fuckery out there and everything, Christina.
Yeah, a lot of fuckery.
Nonsense, total nonsense.
A lot of my gay and lesbian friends do not get down with the current ideology of that the younger community is trying to perpetuate.
They're insulted by it. My friends are totally insulted by this. They're like, I'm not going to go to a pride parade of a bunch of freaks that
and let my dick hang out in the middle of a street where a bunch of fucking kids are. Like, if you think that that is okay, you need to have your head examined.
Yeah.
That shit is disgusting.
Submit kids to things that look like a strip club and such. It's like, this is not and not a good one. I mean, I don't even know if there's, I'm not saying that any of them are good, but I mean, where real weird stuff goes on, and that you assume that it goes on at any rate. I mean, I was never carded for this life. That's all I got to say. I've never been carded for this life. I haven't, I never even smoked a cigarette in my life. Okay, just so you guys know, because it's like I'm sitting there going, that's kind of like, probably shouldn't be doing that. So then I just go and I shovel horse manure and go to work, right?
Well, I started smoking very young, and I wish that I wouldn't, because now it's more of a habit, and I 100% believe that it is the hand-mouth fixation. I can't remember which psychologist wrote that.
I guess I've got one here, and it's right there. It's my coffee. So
we all have addictions, okay?
Yeah.
Some are just different than others.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison. Just make sure they don't kill you.
That's exactly it. So, so back on the rails again. Jason, pull us back in.
Yeah, Jason is the wrangler.
Yeah, Jason keeps us on the rails.
Well, we're almost we're heading up in halfway through the election today.
Do we have any numbers yet?
Well, so far the numbers that were already aggregated from the early voting and the absentee voting, that I need to do a sidebar real quick on absentee voting too, because this whole narrative of we're going to take a few days to tally the votes because of the absentees is complete garbage. So in 2020, they were legitimately not prepared to have to process as many absentee ballots as they had, because it was the first time they were ever doing mass mail-in ballots. This time around, they passed legislation in every state to help streamline the process for absentee ballots. And in the majority of the nation's states, they pre-process the ballots, meaning they validate the envelopes in the ballot before or upon receiving it. In some states, like in Michigan, where we are, and where I am, they have 5 days of pre-processing. So they have 5 days. So they've already started 4 days ago. They were, or 5 days ago, they were already pre-processing the mail-in ballots, which there's over 1 million of. And it took them 5 days to get the vote done last time. So if they have 5 days of already pre-processing and they had record early voting turnout, then there's really no excuse that the election tally can't be completed by election night. They've had 5 days, which is what it took last time, to get to the answer, the magic number of who won and how, by how much.
Okay, here's some stuff right here. Latest poll. It says PA even, Ohio Republican +1, Nevada even, Wisconsin Democrat +2, Georgia Republican +1, New England Republican +2, North Carolina Republican +1, Pennsylvania Democrat +3.
How is this even possible?
Listen, I don't know. Texas Republican +4. Wait a minute here.
It's calculated, okay? So the polling is done intentionally to polling has always been used as a weaponized tool to either encourage or discourage voter turnout, right? Because
perception.
It's all about perception. So polling is really pretty stupid, actually. But the reality, the sad, harsh reality, is that polling is more of a suppression tool than it is a get out the vote tool. And the reason is because if your candidate's already got it in the bag, why waste your time waiting in line in your day if it's already a done deal, right? Why waste your time? You're not going to show up. So this is a knife that cuts both ways, right? In one hand, we know that the polls are garbage, but two, it's to encourage people. Look, it's very close. You need to get out and vote. It goes for both sides. Both sides are using this as a get out the vote opportunity. And so it doesn't really hurt anyone, but it is hurting the pollsters' credibility. I think the reality is that Trump's got a landslide victory here. And according to the polling, last week he was on trajectory to take the popular vote as well. And they've been trying to walk that back in some of the other polls. But I think that the reality is that this is a Trump landslide with the exception of the foreign voters. So we don't know how many of them are actually going to show up to vote. Russia's got a significant hand in this, right? Because, Putin's going to probably cast a ballot in Michigan. Jocelyn Benson's already let Chinese national cast a ballot. So, why not?
And he would vote Democrat because that's more beneficial for his country.
I think so. You know what?
President Trump, they sat down to dinner together, they were having fun and, passing soccer balls and all that kind of thing. They're sports buddies at this point in time.
Listen, so the poly market has the popular vote at Kamala at 72%, Donald Trump at 28%, but they have fucking Michelle Obama in here, Gavin Newsom. This was so stupid.
The problem with poly market is that there's people hedging bets, so yes. It goes back and forth. So some people will take a bid on both sides, hoping for a larger margin on the win. So it's not really a good. It's not a good play for what's likely to happen, especially when we know how much influence there is in meddling.
Right, for sure. There's billions of dollars going into this poly market right now.
Oh yeah, yeah,
billions. But listen, so hold on, I just seen something I wanted to read. I gotta find it now.
I'm doing an interview with Kevin Shipp today, who is an ex-CIA individual.
I want to watch that.
Deception. Well, you can stay on if you want. Talking about deception and what's going on in our nation. And I think we're dead center in the deception zone right here of fog of war. And I'm really interested to hear what more about what he has to say, because he's talking about exactly, and I mean exactly what we're talking about here, is the deception going on, calling it out. They know what's going on. Nobody, we know they know what's going on. And I don't know. I'm still going to go back to the fact that I think we're sitting here watching the biggest sting operation in the history of the world. I can't believe they're all Barney Fifes just like bumbling around, like, with like, one bullet in the gun here. I can't believe that. It's like, I think there's some really smart people out there that are going to catch them all.
Well, there's definitely smart people out there, but there's smart people on both sides. So the will to fight is what you have to calculate. And so we've had a very dwindling will to fight with over 2 decades of drug out wars where there's nothing to really gain.
And we never win.
Yes. So the morale of the warrior class in our society has really been degraded quite a bit. So, yeah, there's good people that are doing great work, but the number of bad people that have been able to move into positions of power and authority, it is overwhelming. And there's definitely going to be some disruptions required to get things set straight. But I think that there may be some willing to, take a retirement or walk away. Or
they'll get bathtub by the Clintons.
Well, look, the Clintons aren't really anything. The Clintons are a face, right? It's
a face that you can say is a serial killer.
That's an interesting term when you say they're just a face, considering
they've got a slew of bodies behind them.
Well, look, the people that they're a face for don't want to be known or seen.
Right.
That's the kicker, right? Like whenever you hear somebody that's, has people off or whatever, you have to wonder why. What the question is, why, right? Why would you go to the length to have somebody removed from the earth? What is worth the risk of murder charges or
Knowledge.
conspiracy? What's worth that risk?
Knowledge of corruption.
Or involvement.
Involvement, yeah.
Participation.
Participation. Who's
Yeah.
sitting on the top, Jason? Who do you think is sitting on the top? I've got some I don't think it's Soros, I don't think it's Gates, and I don't think it's Schwab.
I think they're the money.
I think they are like a distraction from the real ones, because you never see the real ones, the ones that are their poison. It's who's behind them. I think they're involved for certain, but I think there's a higher entity that you never see. Am I correct?
Well, if you want to refer to the highest entity on their side, I think it's Beelzebub is the appropriate name.
Beelzebub?
Yeah.
Hell, Satan himself.
Satan himself.
Well, who's under him?
Well, you got a whole cadre of evil angels, fallen angels, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and what about the human-esque type creatures, like, say, I don't know, let's go to the Godfather references that we all know about. I mean, I'm kind of extra sure that that's a problem. And I don't know, I think there's another layer there between the big three boogeymen out there and hell itself. There's another layer.
You think it's these secret societies?
Look, there's coalitions at that level. It's coalitions. You don't. You have mutually assured destruction. You remember that phrase?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever you're building a society or you're building something, it's very difficult to maintain control over social systems or social organizations without having people that are willing to fight and die for you, right? So how does someone at that level maintain their position of authority and power without easily being toppled by somebody below them that is power hungry and power thirsty?
They all work together.
That's right. So mutually assured destruction, right? Like each one, they all know all the dirt on each other. The only reason they coexist is because they all know all the dirt on each other, and they protect each other and each other's dirt. So that way they can stay in power, right? It's a circle of corruption. It is a circle of evil. It is a perpetual. I don't know if you ever heard of the symbol, the Ouroboros. It's the self-eating dragon or the self-eating snake, the logo or the emblem.
Okay.
But that's essentially what we have here. It's a never-ending cycle of corruption and evil, and it's always consuming itself in order to preserve itself. And so this syndicate that is running the show behind the scenes, there is no nations for them. They don't see nations. They move in a realm of money doesn't matter. The true prestige is all that matters. They operate on prestige. If you're a part of the class or you're not a part of the class, and you become a part of the class by knowing the dirt. That's how you ascend to that circle. If you have the knowledge of the inner workings, then you'll get an invite. Because the reality is it's a very small group, and they're always looking to recruit more. So if they can convert people that are susceptible, like if you can't beat them, join them. That's how they maintain their power.
I'm cool. I think I'm cool on that.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Jason. So once Donald Trump gets elected, because I'm gonna speak this shit into existence, what do you feel would be the very first thing he should do as far as putting this country back on track? What would be the first thing for him to do?
Well, the very first thing he needs to do is he's got an all-star team assembled, and all he has to do when he's the very first thing is say, get at it. That's the only thing he's got to do. Turn around to that awesome team he's assembled of all-stars and say, get at it. They know exactly what their missions are. They know exactly what they need to do. They know what needs to be gutted. They know what agencies need to be, cleaned out and what ones need to be ended. And all he's got to do is turn around and tell them, get her done.
So Laura Loomer, which I'm just going to put a disclaimer when I start talking about Laura Loomer. I do not support, nor do I agree or even personally like Laura Loomer. Just saying that. But she did an X post where she attacked RFK because he did a partnership with the some kind of libertarian party. And on the website, it says that if you donate, you're essentially donating to help put Donald Trump in presidency. So she attacked RFK and then tried to make it seem like he was working in the shadows as like an infiltrator into the Trump, cabinet or whatnot. I really have no respect for her for doing that, but it made me stop and think of how we can work together. And I think RFK is an example of that. Kennedys have been Democrats for a long time, but as a country, we have to learn to work with the people that don't necessarily agree with, 100% of what we agree with. But what she did was cause a lot of people to come to RFK's defense as far as what his motivation was. So when I was thinking about it this morning, and I was thinking about the team that Trump has put into place this time, because we all know now he has learned some lessons as far as the team he has now versus the team he has then. He needs people he can trust and people that are going to actually do the work. So when I was thinking about, what would be the very first thing that I would want to see done, and this is so minuscule, but it's very important to me, is RFK, and I am, I'm affiliated with his Children's Health Defense. So a lot of the most important thing for me would be the FDA, the CDC, and the poisons that they put in our food and the poisons that they put in our water, because that affects our children, our growth, the way that our mind comes together. So when I think of the first thing that I would want that administration to do would be just to go after the FDA, the CDC, those type of things that are actively affecting our lives every time we put a, self-nourishing substance into, because we have to eat. So what do you think, Miss Donna? What do you think should be?
The very first thing, I'd go after the clear and present threat of the open borders and well-armed invasionists on our soil. And I think I'd tap Tom Holman for it, because he would be the one that I would tap to secure the border and go after all of these, go after the illegals on the ground, designating the cartels as terrorist organizations, and mobilizing whatever force is necessary to stopping the clear and present threat to criminality, the effects of invasion that's a direct physical threat against our population. Mayorkas would have the first seat on the C-130 going to Gitmo, and followed by Milley, and start packing the treasonous ones out of here, having to do with the invasion of our nation. And
what does that look like?
Then we would go from there. I mean, that's exactly what I would do. That's what has to be attacked. And I mean, that's a long discussion on what that would look like, because we're going to have to do some sorting here, because there's a lot of people that were brought into this nation under false pretense, including the children. And the ones we have I would be grounding these human human organ transport planes that have been basically making the kids disappear en route to their own country. And we're gonna have to try to rescue the kids that are stuck within the organizations like CPS. This is clear and present bodily threat to human beings is going to have to be absolutely. And then you start hacking at the financial part of it. Because when you stop, the power that the government has and has taken away from the people has honestly been hijacked by the financing and the money flow of all these organizations. And so we may have to cut things that we're used to for a small period of time in order to round them up and not give them the ability to use those systems to facilitate their communications and cover and such. Some of that is going to have to be affected. But I think another thing, and I've said this from the beginning, I would absolutely pause all taxes for a period of time.
Okay, so I hear a lot of people talking.
I had a bunch of things that I rolled in there, but I've had a lot of time to think about this.
Yeah,
that would be my first clear and present threat assessment of what we are going to have to do to go after the bodily threat to people, human beings.
What about you, Melissa? If you want to know how lied to the people are that are coming over here, Melissa has had a lot of experience with some of the Venezuelans and their knowledge of, oh, she's not there.
Well, that's what I mean by sorting through them. We're going to have to sort through very quickly. And I really do believe that the surveillance state that they put in place in order to destroy us, we're using all the weapons against them, and we can use them against them because you've got the ability to go after cell records and that sort of thing. They've been doing it for a long time. Okay. That's all in place. So you use every lawful means you can to go after the enemy that's within your borders without apology and without a backwards glance.
Melissa, you need to restart your phone or whatever device you're trying to come in on. Let me tell her.
I think that.
I want to say one more thing. You asked me a question that's linear.
Right.
What's the first thing that you would do? That's a very linear thinking way to approach it, and it's logical because that's what people want to hear. But honestly, I think you could set hundreds of things in motion all at the same time. Mm-hmm. But that would be you would almost, because they're codependent systems, and so. They're really, when you ask me that is one of the main priorities because it's an immediate threat assessment, right? But you've got to have all the supporting systems at the same time. So it's kind of like you got to go boom and throw it all on the table.
Shock the system.
And shock. That's exactly. You've got to shock the system so they've got no chance to get away. They've got no place to run. They've got their funding cut down. They've got their communications cut down, and they've got their power cut down. Now, in order to do that, everybody's going to have to suffer for just a little bit of time and realize this is the only way.
We've been suffering for 4 years already, though.
We've been suffering for decades. We just weren't sharp enough to figure out how bad it's gotten, because it's like a frog in a boiling pot of water. You put him in a pot of water and you start turning the heat up, and he's like boiled before he knows it. Well, that's kind of what's happened to the United States. We didn't even know we were in a pot of boiling water, and here we are, and the bubbles are starting. The bubbles have been going up around us.
No, that's just boiling over.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think we've known this for quite some time. I just think that we haven't had a charismatic figure that could carry us through. I think that several times, Ron Paul, for example, the Tea Party revolution we have had numerous times where, you know, even the Wall Street uprising. Remember all of the camping out in New York and protesting the Wall Street corruption, right? Like, we've had numerous movements in this country with opportunities to reform the corruption that there is.
But they're weak leaders. They're weak leaders. I haven't seen somebody in those venues that I consider a real leader. And there's a difference there. Real leaders don't make apologies for making decisions that are tough, even if it pisses some people off. I mean, you think about this. A real leader is like mom and dad. They set down the ground rules because they know that's the only way to peace, right? And they don't sit there and go, oh, I'm sorry, maybe I made a bad decision and blah, 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 blah. It's like you better make a damn good decision every time and be able to be quick, decisive, and move so you're not losing time and space trying to talk your way out of hurting somebody's feelings when something needs to happen. Am I over the target on this? I mean, I don't know what.
No, I think you hit it right on the freaking bullseye.
Pathetic ass kissing leaders out there.
That was my point. We've never had a strong charismatic leader like we have with Trump, and we'll never probably have another one for another 100 years. So the likelihood of, you know, this is a do or die moment for our republic. It either carries on as the communist states merged in with the rest of the United Nations, or we preserve the republic. And that's kind of where we're at, the crossroads of.
Did you hear the question, Melissa?
Mm-mm.
What would be, okay, so if you were Donald Trump, what would be, or the Trump administration, what would be the very first thing that you did to secure our country when Donald Trump gets into office?
Executive order to get rid of FEMA.
I knew you were supposed to say that shit. I fucking knew it.
CPS. How about all the rest of them? You know, it's like erase them.
I thought when they did that in the Supreme Court level with the Chevron deference, that would really make some change as far as our 3-letter agencies. But has anybody seen anything from it?
I mean, no, and that's because somebody actually has to put the challenge in, right? You have to contact your attorney general to put a challenge in on a policy or agency administrative rule. I mean, it's going to have to go through the process. So if the people aren't facilitating the process and doing our part, then how can we expect them to do it? They can't. A lot of times our government, you know, our state leadership can't just do something on their own accord. We actually have to ask for it.
But the people don't understand that, though, because they're so conditioned to think and let the government think for them and tell them what to do, that they don't recognize that we own this country. The citizens of the United States own this country. And if you want something done, most people don't even know how to go. And we've had this conversation before, Melissa, how to go through the legislation process and how to make change within their own counties and state.
Well, and that goes into, this is where the left has hung us out to dry. You know, for the past 6 years, you've had all these far left groups in the state legislatures screaming and yelling, hundreds of them on all these things, you know, but they've been in there. They've been in the offices. They've been sending the legislative proposals in. They've been going in there and talking, whereas most of us have just been sitting on social media complaining.
Jason's laughing. Why are you laughing, Jason?
Let me just read this to you. So while we're having this conversation, I was also reading more stuff from the Brennan Center, because you've got to research your opposition. So they have on the Brennan Center's website a page that's called Election Deniers Playbook 2024.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And let me just read this this paragraph here. This analysis examines the role that election denial played during the midterms and makes an early assessment of how it will continue to evolve ahead of the 2024 election. It does so by outlining 14 tactics deployed by election deniers throughout the 2022 election cycle. Number one, election deniers bids for office. That was the first thing. Election deniers running for office. So, like, their playbook, right? The election deniers playbook. The very first thing is election deniers running for office. Well, if they're denying the elections are legitimate, then why would they be running for office, right? Like, it's antithetical. It's a contradiction, right? So, and then number two, election deniers' refusal to concede. So they're going to run for office and then they're going to refuse to concede. What the heck? This is like,
I'm right on the top of that list, aren't I?
yeah, I think this is our right here. So number three, counties' refusal to certify election results.
Well, it sounds like Benson graduated from their little thought process.
I told you, Jonathan Brader spent 12 years here. Look, he worked under Weiser at Wendy Weiser, right? So, like, this is probably
Deniers Handbook.
This is the Election Deniers Playbook 2024.
Election Deniers Playbook. All right.
I'm putting it up here, guys. We got to do this.
Yeah.
Right. This is who Jonathan Brader.
Election Deniers 2024. There it is. Playbook right there. All right.
Oh my goodness.
So number 4, efforts to discredit voting machines is number 4. Number 5, efforts to tamper with sensitive voting data and equipment.
Oh yeah, that's them. Remember?
No transparency for you.
Right.
6, massive public records request. Oh no, they're
don't use your rights. Don't use your rights to find out what they're doing.
Oh wow! Like, if this doesn't tell you that they're in on the steal, like, this is their playbook for oh shit.
I'll read the next one. Read the next one.
So, efforts to recruit, this is number 7, election deniers to serve as poll watchers and workers. And that was the one I was laughing at when you said you saw me laughing. I got to that one. It's like, what the heck? So in, like, the normal scheme of things, recruiting other people to work in the election, do their civic duty, and they've got it out here as, oh, these people are horrible. They shouldn't be out there recruiting people to watch the elections. We can't have that.
Right. Can't have us watching.
Heaven forbid we have more people volunteer to be a part of do their civic duty, be a part of the process. Let's see here. And then 8, threats against election officials and workers. I think a lot of those are bogus threats that they made up, because I have not seen any felony prosecutions for threats against election officials. Have you heard any? I haven't seen any names or anything.
No.
This whole thing, oh, I'm getting all these death threats. I think they're all fake. I think that's
feds. They're a bunch of feds.
That's right. It's a bunch of feds on phony accounts using proxies and doing a bunch of projection just so they can say they have these threats.
They could be doing it against themselves.
Yeah, could very well be. They could just be making some statements for all we know. At the end of the day, I haven't seen any, I've seen 2 assassination attempts on a former president. I haven't seen any of those on any, hold on. The Whitmer Fed napping, right?
I don't know about that story.
Oh yeah, they made this up. So it was a federal setup And what they did is they framed a bunch of guys so they could, you know, throw them in jail and prosecute them. And she's like, oh no, all these people have, you know, these guys, have, you know, associated with militia. They're coming to kidnap me and blah, blah, blah. No. Because I know the Knoll brothers, and they set them up. And the only ones
They
that
entrapped them
were the feds that were involved in this. That was proven. It was just like J6.
It was 12 federal agents or informants, and agents or informants, and then 4 people who are not.
Yeah.
So there's 16 people involved. 4 of them were it ended up being convicted. They didn't know that other one of the people in this whole thing, they didn't know that different agencies were running different people in this militia. So like, it's like a bunch of Fed boys putting together this whole hoax, and they were plotting to kidnap and murder the governor, and Glenn Youngkin was also on there. So so the Virginia governor and or not Youngkin, it was the one before, right? Anyways, I forget. But the point is that of all of these people, there was only like 4 of them that were not actually either working or recruited by a law enforcement entity. And so they funded it, they antagonized it, they helped bring the people around to do their reconnaissance, they helped equip them. Like the feds were responsible for the whole freaking thing.
I just got a piece of news in that said National Pulse just said that there's bomb threats at the polling locations in Fulton County right now, so they've evacuated.
Of course they have.
Wouldn't have seen this happening. What could we, right?
There are going to be tons of shit deployed.
Well, hey, last time it was a pipe burst. This is this time they're doing
They're
the same.
saying it's non-credible.
Well,
Well, they
the cheating's non-credible, really. I mean, for God's sakes.
It says that, okay, so this is, I don't know what publication this is. This is WXIA Atlanta. What we know about the non-credible threat reported in Georgia on Election Day. So state and local officials on Tuesday morning addressed bomb threats that came into polling sites in Fulton County, Georgia. The threats were non-credible. The officials said the polling site in Georgia, most populous county, are secure on Election Day. Where did it come from? Now here's my favorite guy. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said it was of Russian origin.
Seriously?
You can't make this shit up.
Hey, look, that means Democrats did it. All right, let's just face it. If they say Russia did it, it was just Democrats. That's their standard playbook. By the way, in hacking and in state level activities related to that kind of stuff, you always use a scapegoat or a proxy, so the attack never comes back to you, right? So you use your adversaries' techniques and you use that to, I don't know, say blow up Nord Stream 2, a pipeline, right? So it looks like, or you can blame Russia for blowing up the pipeline.
So here it is. 2 polling sites in Fulton County were briefly evacuated Tuesday morning after receiving bomb threats, according to Nadine Williams, Fulton County's director of registration and elections. 5 polling stations were in total targeted. While authorities deemed the threats non-credible, the Address Darnell Community Center and C.H. Gullett Elementary Schools were evacuated for about half an hour. Both sites have since been reopened and resumed normal operation. Oh yeah, and what happened to those? What happened to the machines while they were shut down? What happened to the county? What happened to all this? That's what I want to know.
Well, how many people were denied the opportunity to vote because of it?
Right.
I mean, how many people were turned away from the poll and don't know if they can even go back to vote today?
Yeah.
There you go. So guess what? Failure is beginning and failure is going to end through the rest of the day. So that's okay. We'll just let them do their little cheating, their little nonsense, and we're going to catch them.
It's going to get interesting for sure.
Talking about the think tank earlier, maybe we've missed our calling and we need to establish a think tank.
Yeah, you know what we should call it? The pissed off patriots think tank.
And on them talking about Russia did this, I'm to the point now that when the Democrats scream Russia, 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 it's like an admission that they are the Bolshevik communists out of Russia, you know, because we know that, you know, they're going to try to divert it and use Russia as a scapegoat. But I mean, they were kicked out of Russia in 1991 and here they are. I mean, I think it's just a self-professed, you know, hey, it's us.
Hey, I just got to say one thing. McCoskey for sheriff in Macomb County. Ta-da.
Okay. There's a few more points left on this list. Okay. Voter intimidation, mass challenges. And so I got to this one, mass challenges, and I was thinking the stuff that EIF was doing was listing all of these voter challenges, right? They would send in, for some counties, they had tens or hundreds of challenges to voters that are dead or no longer living in the jurisdiction. And on a tangent here, I just got to hit this point real quick. The Michigan Constitution says that you have to be a resident who's lived in the state for at least 6 months.
Yep. And 21 years old too.
Right. Now they capitulated. We agreed to capitulate with the federal age change to 18, but our Michigan Constitution actually says 21. But the thing is, how can you prove that? How do you validate that? When somebody comes in and says, I'm just going to sign an affidavit, then you have to take their word for it. Are those ballots being sequestered? How are they doing their due diligence to ensure the person's legit before they add that ballot to the tally?
And look at how they're doing this. They go through the colleges. So somebody shows up in one of the colleges and says, hey, you know what? I guess I'm going to go pick up Chick-fil-A and register to vote, you know? And I mean, it's just treated with that kind of, you know, flippancy, you know, they're just flippant about it, you know? And it's like, there's no controls on this.
No. And if you got somebody who's running, the director of elections, who's running the election apparatus,
Jonathan Brader, we're going to say his name.
Jonathan Brader, who is all about no voter ID, which how can you secure your elections? How do you even know if you have a citizen that's a resident of 6 months, right? How do you know that? How could you possibly know that? If you don't, look, if someone's lived in a district for 6 months, they probably signed a couple of different things, paid a couple of different bills. There's probably a way to validate that, but how easy is it to forge those documents? I mean, like an electric bill?
Why do we care? We're just making up policies on the fly.
They're not even policies. He's just talking.
Yeah, we're just going to talk. I'm just going to call a few clerks and say, why don't you just do this a minute? And then, you know, don't bother talking to the citizens. Send them to
my
me.
gosh.
We'll tell them what is really happening here.
I'm losing my mind.
We're going to be a Brader explainer. We're going to explain this to people who are too dumb to understand the law. And then just like make a policies on the fly and tell them to do stupid crap.
He is going to have to sit before a lot of people and justify the things he's done. So the other one is anti-voter lawsuits.
Isn't it like less than 7 for a military tribunal? I think he only needs to sit in front of less than 7.
No, we need to make sure it's as public as possible. Everyone needs to see how ridiculous this individual is and why we need to be more critical of the people that we elect and how long we're willing to endure such garbage.
Was there any type of corruption in how he got elected into office?
He's not elected. He's
he's not elected.
Can we get like a weasel alert? Can I get a button? You know, those buttons that you slap and it says something like, you know, what is it? One of the big box stores, it's like, you know, the no buttons or something. We need a weasel alert. Jonathan Brader's face comes up and we hit the weasel alert. Wah! Like that.
Did y'all see
There's another one in here.
Guys, every time you hear these people's names, that should come to mind right there, upside down. I'm like backwards here, right there. That's what we got going on here, because we've got weasels in office. Weasel alert. The country is in distress. Go vote. Help us dig out.
Yeah, have y'all seen this one out of Maryland? I just put it in the chat. And so this one is where one of these far left, the Voter Participation Center, has sent mailers out that threaten to publicly expose voting records of those that don't vote.
That sounds like voter intimidation.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Voter intimidation.
Which was just on the list.
Yeah.
Was Benson involved in that? Because Benson like started threatening everybody. I mean, we got a Brader and Benson from the Brennan Center. We got to see if these people are all involved here.
I'm thinking this Voter Participation Center is the one that was sending out the voter registration cards to everybody here in Texas that we called out. Yeah, it has to
Hey,
be.
you know what we saw in Michigan here? This is kind of crazy, but I actually saw where they went through all the candidates when I was running for governor, and they literally changed all of the voting records. And I actually have screenshots of this, of all of the candidates for the Republican candidates for governor in the 2022 election. And they showed how they changed it, and they changed the voting record. And I was just like, shocked. I know I put it out there on Telegram, because I'm like, look at what they did. They even changed. They went through in April and they changed the voting records of the people running for office. This is like nothing new. It's a big cheat here, guys. Hey, you know what? I've got my next guest, Kevin Shipp, and I'm really excited about interviewing this guy. I'm wondering if I can bring him on. If you guys want to stay around, I'll put you backstage a minute, and you can put comments in and things, questions. You guys are all smart, so that would be good. But anyhow, you want to stay around? I'll put you backstage, and then raise your hand if you want to pop up. Okay. And I'm going to go to interviewing Kevin, and I haven't done this way before, but we're going to try it. How's that?
Okay.
All right. So thank you guys. And I'll bring you back on later on if you hang around. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Have a great morning. Thanks a minute. And I'm going to bring Kevin on, and we'll probably be back on in a minute, because this is just way too much fun on election day.
I'll be backstage.
Awesome. Sounds good. Be right back, guys. Good morning and welcome back. It's afternoon now, to the 4th hour of Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it is the 5th day of November 2024, Election Day. So go vote today, because that's what our duty is as Americans, is that no matter what they do, we have to stick with the law. We have to do things lawfully, legally, and our duty is to vote. No matter what anybody says, you got to do the right thing. So I want to go to my next guest. It's Kevin Shipp, former CIA officer and anti-terrorism expert, held several high-level positions in the CIA. He was assigned as a protective agent for the director of the Central Intelligence a counterintelligence investigator, team leader protecting sensitive CIA assets from assassination, manager of high-risk Counter Terrorism Center, protective operations, lead instructor. This is like a long resume, guys. This is amazing. For members of allied governments, internal staff security investigator, and polygraph examiner, tasked with protecting the CIA from foreign agent penetration. He is a recipient of 2 CIA Meritorious Unit Citations and 3 Exceptional Performance Awards and a Medallion for overseas covert operations. This is a really long resume, guys, and I'm just honored to have Kevin on. Morning, Kevin. How are you?
Morning. Yeah, sorry about the length of that. Thanks for having me.
No, that's okay. I actually pulled that because I like to investigate myself and find out, with the people that I'm talking to. I want to know what your background is and I'm always amazed at how many really, really impressive people there are out there that are doing good work. So thank you for coming on today.
Thanks for having me.
So my interviews are a little different because I just like to hear what people have to say. And I think that right now we've been talking about the deception that's out there having to do with our elections and so many other things that are out there. And I guess I'd like you to talk about that and what you did as a CIA officer and anti-terrorism expert so people can understand what your background is and how that all relates right now and what we're seeing, what's going on.
Well, in the book, Twilight of the Shadow Government, which was published October the 15th, my co-author and I, Kent Heckenlively, and I go into detail and kind of open up what the CIA is, including Operation Mockingbird and its influence on the U.S. news media, its manipulation of Congress, the White House, and even the judiciary branch, and how the CIA manipulates all 3 branches of our elected government towards their end. And regarding the election, a good example of that, they used to kind of do this in a concealed fashion. Now it's right in our face. 42 senior CIA officers, including the former deputy director of the CIA, signed a letter saying that Donald Trump is a threat to American democracy weeks before the election. Now, these are CIA officials. They're supposed to stay out of politics, period. But they didn't, and they don't. And those same 42 signed the letter saying that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation, knowing that was a false statement. So they're still manipulating presidential elections. I wrote an article for Blaze News on how the CIA is affected about the last 4 presidential elections and exactly how they do it. So they're involved in domestic operations within the United States, which they're not supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be illegal, but they don't care a whole lot about the Constitution, frankly.
Yeah, it's really what exactly are they doing and what are their tactics and how are they working? Because we've heard a lot about the CIA, Mossad, the British intelligence agency, and how they're kind of like all working together globally right now. But what are some of the things that we can see and really get our arms around on this?
Well, of course, overseas, they've been engaged in dark operations and drug running, money laundering, and to fund their covert operations that Congress doesn't even know about. What is most concerning is the effect they have inside the United States, especially on the news media and social media. CIA has a branch called In-Q-Tel, which the CIA uses taxpayer money to fund new startups in Silicon Valley. And once those startups are formed with CIA fund money, then they're kind of bound to the CIA after that. There's about, there's about 2,000 companies that In-Q-Tel has funded in Silicon Valley. 300 or more of those involve classified CIA work, which means that the CEOs and employees involved in those companies have signed a CIA secrecy agreement and can never talk about what they're doing to social media. So that's extremely concerning. The CIA has gotten worse since I left. It was bad when I was there, but it's gotten worse since I left. It is a global juggernaut that functions under the radar with $39 billion of our tax dollars in money laundering, banks around the world, operations around the world, and including within the United States. In the book, Twilight of the Shadow Government, I call for reform of the CIA and the removal of the CIA's covert operational arm and the retention of the other parts of the CIA that Truman intended, the Director of Intelligence and others.
It seems like that's a real wise thing to do, because what's the process for removing that arm internally? And
it's a big one, and it's a risky one. As most people know, when I decided to write Twilight of the Shadow Government with Kent Heckenlively, I wrote it with him and then submitted it to the CIA for their required pre-publication review if you're a former agent or officer. And the CIA sat on it, as I knew they would, for 3 months. They were going to sit on it for longer than that. My previous book, From the Company of Shadows, they blacked out and redacted information regarding their criminal activities, which is a violation of an executive order. It's a felony. So I knew they were going to do this. If you read Twilight of the Shadow Government, you're going to see that this is a pretty revelatory book in terms of what the CIA is. But I published it before the CIA gave me approval, knowing that they were going to redact this information that is now out there in the book. So someone from the inside finally had to take the risk to alert the American people what the CIA is, what it is doing, and how profoundly evil the organization is at the top. And I have to say, about only 20% of high-level officers that work at the CIA are doing these dark operations. The other 80% of CIA employees are good, patriotic, hardworking people. And I knew, of course, several of them. And they're not the problem. What the problem is, and even Mike Pompeo, former CIA director, said this himself, the problem is the 20% at the top that do not believe in democracy and are engaging in these abominable covert activities like droning. They've droned 8 wedding parties, killed everybody in the wedding party, just because one of them was suspected, not confirmed, suspected to be connected to terrorism. And so the CIA droned wedding parties and killed everybody in the wedding party. Obviously, a lot of innocent people.
Where did this happen?
Middle East.
I've never even heard of that.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, because, that's the problem with fake news here, and it's like, that's one of the things that we try to do here is that we are zero censorship. People can say whatever they want. And when we try to get it out there, well, what countries in the Middle East were they droning them, and wedding parties? That's pretty low.
Iraq, Yemen. Yeah, it is low. And of course, the Iraq war was a scam in the beginning, but Yemen and Iraq and Afghanistan is where they've done this. And there is actually a CIA kill list that going back, President Obama had of suspected Middle Eastern individuals who had the profile of being a terrorist with no confirmed information. So they had a kill list, and they would take names off this kill list and say, okay, let's take this one out, regardless of how many innocent people were around that person.
Wow. Did they have that in the United States of America right now? A kill list here? I mean, it sounds to me like that's probably the most logical next step.
Well, as we know, the CIA, there's a company called Palantir, which was formed with In-Q-Tel CIA money.
Yeah.
And Peter Thiel started the organization. He's no longer with it. But Palantir, originally the Department of Defense and the CIA had created an operation called Total Information Awareness, where they were collecting every piece of data on American citizens that exists, like a vacuum. Well, Congress shot down Total Information Awareness, and the CIA, as it more often than not does, got a cutout. And that cutout was Palantir. In-Q-Tel, CIA In-Q-Tel funded the startup of Palantir, provided CIA analysts to help develop its capabilities. And now Palantir is the private surveillance arm of the CIA and is scooping up data, massive amounts of data on all of us inside the United States.
What is their overall plan? Is it to like eliminate all of us that don't fit within what they think is how we should be? I mean, that's kind of my thought is where this is going to go. It's like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be near the top 10% of the list, as mouthy as I am.
Well, yeah, it's for threat assessment purposes. They use that to profile someone who may be a future threat to their version, not our version, their version of national security. If you remember, they just caught the FBI spying on Catholics Catholic people within the United States. Now, I'm not a Catholic, but I know a lot of fine Catholics that are patriotic people and wouldn't hurt a fly. But for some reason, with the shadow government, Catholics irritated them, probably because they answer to a higher authority than our government. So yeah, they are using this for threat lists of Americans. Patriots are part of that. You and me and others that they consider a threat to their order. They'll use this data to profile people like that. And when I first came out of the agency and wrote From the Company of Shadows, every airport I went through, I was patted down and taken aside. So I obviously I was on the list back then, and now I'm sure they got a file on me about a foot thick. But it's to profile patriotic Americans, religious Americans specifically, because in their mind they pose a threat because they are not easily intimidated. They don't fear the government. They answer to a higher authority, and they can't be controlled.
Yeah, I can see where that is a problem for them, because I know there's a lot of us who are just like, so what are you going to do? Kill me? Like, that's like I crossed the finish line early, right?
Right.
And, you know,
get me out of here. I don't like it down here anyway.
Yeah, it's like what's the threat, guys? It's like,
Yeah.
okay, so that's great. Now you're gonna make God mad, and you're just gonna heap coals on your head. So
That's
good
right.
luck with that.
That's right.
I'll wave to you from the other side as you're burning in hell. You know what that for
Yeah.
poor life choices, right?
Yeah.
And
James Jesus Angleton, who was the head of counterintelligence for the CIA, very dark figure. His last words were, I guess I'm going to see some of my former co-workers in hell. You know, I mean, he knew where he was going. And so what some of these people at the higher levels of the CIA have done is unbelievably abhorrent and wicked, and they will face their day. The CIA has been responsible for the death of about 7 million people, and that's not counting Iraq. The false intelligence that the CIA gave the Bush administration for the Iraqi invasion, intelligence which didn't exist, led to the death of 500,000 Iraqi civilians, 2,500 U.S. troops, and 200,000 U.S. troops injured based on fake information provided by the CIA. So that was one of the motivations for me behind this book, is to let people know what this monstrous juggernaut is and what it's doing, and it's doing it with our tax dollars.
You know what? I'm buying this book today. I'm kind of obsessed about this kind of thing, because you know what? I really want to know what's going on. The good, the bad, the ugly. I wish I had a front row seat into what's going on there. So, you know, because I know a lot of people don't like to look at everything. I do. I want to know what the enemy looks like when they're screwing up, so that we can figure out a way to fix it. Right.
Right.
And I think that all of this stuff, I've always wondered this. It's like, why is it that they've got access to everything, but it's just like our elections. Every state level hacker group on the planet had access to our electronic machine codes. But yet the American people, how dare us ask to have that audited or to look at it or whatever? I mean, we don't have access, but all the hacking groups do. The people, the hackers in Serbia had access to it, Venezuela. I mean, name a country, they all had access to it, but we're the ones that can't see that. And I don't understand this.
Well, we're in my view, we're in a post-constitutional government. We're living under a national security state, and our freedoms essentially are gone. And I think we need to understand that, so we can act accordingly. That our government does not care about human life. It does not care about our freedom of speech or religion, or the Constitution in general. It cares about itself, its self-preservation, its connection to the new the World Economic Forum and the New World Order, and the coming crypto banking system of which the CIA is a part. That's what it cares about. It doesn't care about you and me.
I am really concerned, and I have been from the beginning, about the crypto stuff. It's bothered me. I own a little tech company, so I know some of the vulnerabilities of everything you do online. So I know that I call it Spook Network. I know that Spook Network is watching. They're always watching what we're doing. And screw you guys. Get it figured out and do the right thing, because justice is coming, all of you, right? But it's like to look at all this stuff going on. crypto to me is very concerning, because what happens? What happens if they decide to EMP us? Gone. Poof.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do if somebody decides to hack into this? And you can say blockchain all you want. When I've seen some of the hacking that's been done, there was one specific instance of hacking, and it was like beautiful hacking. I mean, if you were going to say something was a work of art, this was a work of art. And it was, though nobody will admit to it, I'm pretty sure it was coming from the United States, and it was in Iran. And we set their nuclear program back 20 years, and it relied on like thumb drives and delivering things. Everything had to be just perfect. And they did it without detection. And whoever did it, I would love to shake their hand someday and just go. But I'm sure that not being detected is probably one of the biggest badges of honor from them. But if anybody thinks that crypto is a safe way to, you're nuts. You're absolutely out of your mind.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly, because what crypto will involve, crypto has already been approved by our federal government and is in use in special drawing rights and other government interactions. And if you remember, Joe Biden ordered federal agencies, quote unquote, within, I think he gave them 6 months to come up with a way to transition from the US dollar into cryptocurrency. Now, what if the federal government, and this is going to happen, I hate to say it, but it's going to happen. What if the federal government owns that blockchain? What if the federal government owns the algorithms that we're using with digital currency to buy and to sell and pay for our health insurance and everything else? What if the government owns that information, those algorithms, which I'm absolutely convinced they will, which means that they can basically erase us digitally anytime they want. So cryptocurrency is dangerous. It's very scary, and I think it will play a significant part in the new global order and the United States dollar eventually collapsing and our government switching over to cryptocurrency, which means absolute total control of every single American and everything they buy, sell, and do, which can be cut off in a moment's notice if they're determined to be a threat.
I am so glad to hear you say that, because I felt like the single voice shouting in the wilderness here about the risks of this. You know, it may have started out with good intention from people, but it has most certainly been commandeered. And, you know, we've got some piracy thing. We got piracy problems. You know, real Americans will build things with good intentions. And the parasite class, the piracy parasite class, right, they will jump. They don't do anything. They don't build anything. They just take over.
Yeah,
they steal. And yeah. I from the beginning, I've just been kind of sitting back going, yeah, this is going to be a really bad idea at some point in time.
Yeah. I mean, In-Q-Tel is stealing Silicon Valley, like we just talked about earlier. Yes, it's very concerning because cryptocurrency in the hands of our government and other governments in the world is absolute government control. And that's what people need to understand. And they are doing that. And the CIA is part of the proposal for a global cryptocurrency. And it's always because, well, it's the safe thing to do. The dollar's going to collapse. There's going to be a huge crisis. You know, they always use crises to take the rights away from people and do abhorrent things. Well, that's what they're doing in this case. And our government now and the CIA now is pressing for global cryptocurrency. And the excuse or the story they're using is we're 35 trillion into debt and a global economic collapse is coming, which it is. But the solution is cryptocurrency, which it is not. That is just ultimate control in their hands.
I'm like totally loving this conversation because, you know, I think we're set for a total collapse. I really do. I've thought that for a very long time. There's no getting away from this. You cannot have these financial idiots on the top who have done this much damage. And it's intentional. I mean, I believe it's intentional. When you look at the 35 or 36 trillion dollars that we have national, and we're not even talking about the unfunded liabilities that they've run off.
Right.
And so nobody wants to talk about that. And that's in the hundreds of, I think last time I looked, it was like $159 trillion, somewhere in that range.
Well, yeah. Well, it's actually, remember, there's a secret budget also, like the $2 trillion that was missing from the Pentagon just before 9/11.
Yeah, Rumsfeld was involved in that one too. I mean, we can start naming names on this,
Right.
because we know who was connected to a lot of that.
Right. Yeah. We have a chapter in the book on that with a CIA official short selling all his stock in United and American Airlines just days before the towers were hit.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be binge reading this, and it's going to come quick because this is my thing here. I just found another one of my peeps.
Yeah. Same here.
So anyhow, keep going. I'm sorry about the Christina's like giving me hand signals there. Go Donna, go. Yeah.
Well, and I really, really want to warn people that there is an economic crisis, the worst that America has ever experienced. It is coming. It is on the horizon. Mathematically, you look at it, there's no way around it. We're 35 trillion. Now, just start with what $1 trillion is. Stacking dollar bills to the moon and back. 35 trillion and counting. I think we're adding about 1.5 trillion a year minimum. And right now the amount of that the U.S. has to pay on the debt, the interest on the national debt equals our Department of Defense budget. And it's to the point where our government can't even afford the interest on the national debt. We're at that point right now. And when we cross that tipping point, there's going to be an economic collapse like America has never seen. And people, as scary and unpleasant as that is, people need to prepare because that is coming. My wife and I have built an off-the-grid farm, solar powered. The economy is not the only reason. It's my past as part of that too. But people need to prepare because it is going to happen. And so people just start looking into your finances, looking into your independence financially and everything else, because there will be a crisis. Based on the analyses I've read, is 5 to 10, 5 to 10 years, probably somewhere in that range when this is going to happen.
Okay. So when would you say that you're most likely to expect it to all come down at one time, or is it going to be a slow, kind of creeping up on people for the collapse?
Probably going to be like dominoes. Banks are going to start failing. Their banks are failing right now.
Kind of already have, yeah.
Yeah, banks are failing right now. And so the banks are going to start failing. There's going to be a call for all of the debts. Foreign countries are going to stop funding the U.S. dollar. And so it's not like overnight, boom. It's going to be kind of a domino fall. It's going to take place. It's going to take place fast, but probably over a year or so. But by then it's going to be too late to prepare because you're happening. It's happening right in the middle of the hurricane, the catastrophe right then. So it's too late. It's heartbreaking to me because I love this country. I always have. I love our Constitution. I love what America used to stand for. Now it's a national security state and a police state. But what America used to stand for, I love that. And I hate to see my country fall apart like it's doing and like it's going to do.
So if you were, I'm guessing that the mortgages will come after the bank collapse. They'll go in after the mortgages and such. And then, you will start seeing more companies fail, which in a way is not all bad if you look at it as a cleansing of our land from the corporate, the corporatocracy that's been running everything. I'm going to just start making up words here, but the, like BlackRock, State Street Capital, Arabella, Vanguard, all of those entities, which have their allegiance in the stockholders or it's a financial allegiance. They will not do the right thing because they don't care about America. It's all a system of the almighty dollar with basically Satan himself sitting right at the top of this thing.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. BlackRock has gotten so big to the tune of trillions. It's now essentially a fourth branch of our government. The influence that it has on the government and the connections it has financially to the government and to the banks. BlackRock is extremely scary in how much control they have now over our country, and they are pushing Cryptocurrency, big time. Knowing that the dollar is going to fail, BlackRock is at the top of the list of promoting at the top of the list for promoting cryptocurrency and starting to change over to that.
Well, and it's like when I look at this and I think of how people panic and how they panicked over the toilet paper run that happened there in the past, which is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. What are you going to do? Trade your crypto in, and it's like I would probably put my money into stuff like toilet paper and supplies and such. And I published quite a few lists of prepper type things that people should think about, because most of the people that I know, either in military or intelligence and such, they're saying you should have at least 3 months to a year, packed away. And I think that's, you got to be smart at that, because the world that God made I'm a farmer. Okay. So like we have horses and we have a little farm and such. The world itself, I could live on a small patch of land with very few things. I mean, very, very few things. That type of survival is critical. And if you don't have the knowledge, I'm not like pushing any books or anything, but I just happen to have this bushcraft stuff.
Yeah, good. Good for you.
I have so many, just because if the lights go out, you're going to have something to explain how to do things. People don't know how to put up food. They don't know how to raise animals. They don't know how to forage for food. Having a book on foraging, knowing where the medicines are, there's all sorts of things that will just bloom and grow up around you. And you could literally starve to death in the midst of great plenty. You need to understand water. You need to understand how to purify water. You should have some bleach around and all that sort of thing. Christina's putting up the big book of backyard medicine. And,
good. But good, because freeze-dried food and supplies of medicine are going to be huge at the top of the list.
Right.
And Don, I'll give you a recent example of how important this is. You remember Hurricane Helena came up right through Florida and up into Georgia. Our farm is in Vidalia, Georgia.
Oh, wow.
That a hurricane and a tornado, the eye would go right over us, right over Vidalia, Georgia, right over McRae, Georgia, and right over our farm, and brought a tornado with it, which blew down a bunch of oak trees around our yard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
People around, well, that's fine. I've been sawing wood for the last 2 weeks, so we're good. But people around us, within about a 50-mile radius around us, did not have power. They did not have water. They didn't have internet. We are up and running. We had all of that because the well and everything else is run by our solar panels. And it got to the point where all of my wife Sue's relatives and our neighbors were lining up for showers in the evening at our house, coming down to fill up bins for water and coming down so they could check the internet and check on their loved ones, because our farm was still operational. And we have 8 acres, but we have all of this on 1 acre. All you need is 1 good acre with a well on it and a system that's not connected to the grid. That's what you need. Now, not everybody can do that, but the old saying, what are you going to be doing in 5 years if you don't do anything right now? Where are you going to be in 5 years if you start planning and building on this right now? Well, in our case, it took 5 years to build this farm, and now we're totally self-sufficient, and going through the hurricane just proved it. So that's an example. And when the dollar collapses, it's going to be horrible, especially in terms of medicine and hospitals. And if you do have a prepper group, make sure you got a doctor in there or a dentist, but people need to start thinking, and they need to start doing that. If they live in an apartment in the city or something, start reading and studying in their apartment on how to get out of there. And if they can, find a little chunk of land. A lot of land in Georgia that's pretty inexpensive. Find a little chunk of land and put a well on there and start planning on doing that.
Yeah, there's the Merck manual. Christina's reading up her book. So we're like book hogs here. And I think all of us on this channel are like, you cannot believe how many books all of us have, and for knowledge and such. I think it's really important. So just so people know from a farmer perspective, you can feed 9 families with a half acre garden, 36 chickens, and 2 goats. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, bare bones stuff. I mean, you need to think about this. I would tell people you need to have a supply of socks.
Yes.
Sounds stupid, but you got to think about how to keep yourself, if you're outside like farmers and people that live outside a lot, those things that are important to be able to survive on. Wearing pumps in the middle of winter in Michigan is a bad plan. Okay. And so you need to, and I'm going to tell you, you're going to pray to God for somebody like me with a diesel truck to come in, dressed appropriately, of course, with snow pants and Korean War paratrooper boots, to haul your sorry ass out of the ditch. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And
right.
so, I mean, all of those things we have to think about before going into this,
Right.
and say, and not only that, when I listen to people talk about it, they're thinking, well, let's see, I've got 5 cans of soup. I'm good. I can make it through a week. What about all those people around you? Are you willing to die, to watch them die because you were too damn selfish to prepare for others who are less fortunate? If you want to talk about giving and living for God here, the things that we prepare for, don't give them to the nonprofits. They're all lying, right? They're lying. The Red Cross is selling your blood that you're donating to them. They're selling it. You're giving it out of the goodness of your heart. They're selling it, probably for like bad reasons. Okay, and that's it. You can do the things right now in your home. I don't care how big of an apartment or whatever you have. Get into like cultivating microgreens. I know a guy that has a 10 by 20 space. He's making $250,000 a year on microgreens, for God's sakes.
Awesome.
That's just a large apartment. If you have one window in an apartment, and get a bunch of good seeds. And I don't mean the little scrawny ones. Get the big fat seeds that you can grow, because that's got everything it needs to grow microgreens. You don't have to even fertilize it, right? And start gaining that knowledge of how to grow a complete nutrient-rich salad within less than a week.
Yeah.
In an apartment. And you can keep this going once you get this figured out. You don't need a big piece of land. It's helpful if you know people that do have them. Offer to help, because they may be able to expand their operation. I would be willing to do that, to take care of anybody that came and said, I'm willing to help. What do you need done? Man, we have this thing just a smoking in a short period of time,
Right. And one of the things that we experience personally, people need to think about, is nobody around us prepared. They knew we were preparing. They knew that I was convinced that there was going to be an economic collapse on the horizon. We shared it with all of them, but they continued to sit in front of their TV and watch the television and say,
they didn't listen to the warning. They
didn't listen at all. And they wound up all coming down here when the power of the lights went out and the water went out. We just shook our heads like, of course we'll help you. And if you're going to prepare, just be ready for what we experienced. There are going to be people that did not prepare, did not listen, friends and relatives. They're going to come to you begging for help. So we're probably going to put another building on our farm just for people like that. But if you prepare, don't just prepare for yourself. Think about your family and your loved ones, and also think about self-defense, because even good people, when they're starving or their children are starving, will do dangerous things. So you just have to think these things through and have a plan and understand that there's going to be a lot of people that are desperate when this happens.
Mm-hmm. And there's think about heat. You've got to think about your basic needs. Water, you're dead in 3 days if you don't have water. Food, if you're really good at fasting, or you practice fasting so that your body's used to that, which I think is an important part of life. I enjoy fasting and can go for a very long time without food. But it takes a while to condition yourself to that. And, people will look at me when I was campaigning for governor. They're like, she doesn't eat or sleep. It's like, well, it's a conditioning process, really.
Yeah, fantastic.
What's that?
I said, that's fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things that, you can't take that for granted. What if you have nothing around you? And you have to be able to stop very quickly and assess the assets that you have that you may not even realize you have. Mm-hmm. If you're dropped off in the middle of the woods, what you going to do? Well, hopefully you're smart enough to have like a bracelet that's one of those cords or something, all of those things that you may not think about but think about that, because
Yeah.
there's no guarantees in life.
That's right. And join or start a community of preppers. If you're not a member of a group, join one. If you don't
What
have
is
a
that,
group,
Christina?
start one. Hi
What is
there.
that? This is Christina.
Hi, Christina.
Hi. This is something I ordered off of Temu for like less than $1.
Yeah.
And you just fill it up with water.
Mm-hmm.
They have tons of things like this because
Yeah.
I'm an avid hiker and kayaker.
Good for you.
There are backpacks like this. They have water filtration systems that you can get, bags that you can get for less than $100.
Right.
Or
That's
I'm sorry,
important.
less than $20. You just take them out, you just get your water in it, and it goes through a process of filtrating it for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Well, we've gone through the off the grid on Fridays. Okay, I'm gonna send
Yeah.
you back. Bye. I'll bring you back
Bye.
on. And so she's gonna send back there. She's wonderful. I love Christina, and Melissa's back there. They are some of the most finest people ever.
Wonderful.
I mean, just really good friends and
Wonderful.
faithful and wonderful. We go through off the grid stuff on Fridays with Dr. David Kent, who's a real good friend of mine.
Great.
And so we've been talking about all these things. In fact, we've gone through the list of things that everybody should go down to the drugstore and get things like Benadryl,
Good for
get
you.
things
Thank God.
like antibiotic lotion. You should have these things in your home and
Yes.
prepare for 10 other people if you need to. You need to have this stuff around. Oh, wait a minute. We got it. We got another thing here. What is that? Oh, wrong one. Hang on. Sorry. We go back here. I'll get the book too. So there you go. Survival.
These are survival tabs. There's enough in here for 2 weeks for 2 people.
Wow.
All your nutrients. You can get these right here at the Dollar General for
Yeah.
$1, and these are fruit and veggies, whole food supplements, 30 fruits
Neat.
and vegetables.
Oh, that's
Very
awesome.
And these
cool.
things are not, if you have to leave the place that you're in, because if you're in an inner city, realistically, you have 24 hours to get out of that inner
That's
city.
right. And build a
And you
bug out
better
bag.
leave.
Yeah.
But these things are easy to carry. They're lightweight. And
Neat.
then another thing I would highly suggest would be, I don't see it right here, is potassium iodine.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Potassium iodine, if you don't know what that is, basically your body makes that. However, any type of nuclear situation that pulls that potassium iodine out of your body, and that is where the radiation poisoning comes from. And
Mhm.
if you start to put that back, you have a better chance. I mean, saying you're not like within that original,
I love this.
you know,
Everything's
you got a better
Melissa.
chance of living.
Right. And these are things that people need to start thinking about, regardless of whether they live in an apartment in the city or they have access to an acre of ground outside the city. They need to start thinking about this now and have themselves a bug out bag, which I'm sure you guys talk about, with everything in it necessary to survive. If they have to, and watch the real news, not the mainstream media, but watch the real news, so you can see the signs of this coming. And if you're in a city like New York, God forbid, you can get the heck out of there and go to a more rural place with your bug out bag.
But where are they going to go? Because the people in the rural areas, I'm going to tell you what, some of us are the shoot, shovel, and shut up capital of the world here. You know, it's like you go in a lot of farming communities, and it's like there's a shotgun under every back seat of every pickup truck out there, and they actually know how to use it and load it, and it's like probably with a blindfold on, you know, and it's like, and you're gonna tangle with a farmer or somebody else out there. You better come with your hat in your hand, humble and ready to work, because those of us that live in those areas are not going to put up with your little city soy boy and snowflake bullshit. It's going to end the minute you set one foot on our properties, and that's a truth. You know, though people are very generous, it's like, you know, there comes a point where you better be ready to help and not just decide to come in here with your hat out or your hand out. That isn't going to work, you know. You're talking about a group of people who understand what a man and a woman are. The nonsense ain't going to cut it here, you know. We're not confused. And and not ready. I'm gonna grab my son a minute because I want to show you something really cool. Okay, this is really cool. A minute. You're gonna think this is neat. There's something that I make. So like I got diagnosed with cancer years ago, and I went vegan for a number of years, which is really kind of a cool thing. I'm really thankful for cancer. Okay, yeah, I'm one of those lunatics that takes anything that God gives to me and goes, huh, this is an interesting day. Let's see how this works out. Hang on a minute. And let me see if I can get him to grab these things. You find out ways of getting your nutrients, real nutrient dense foods and such. I love this topic, by the way. This is great.
Me too. Yeah, one of the most complete foods is an egg, chicken egg.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and you know what? I have about 130 chickens.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, you got to think about eggs and seeds. They're the same. They're like an origin of life. They're all the nutrients you need as eggs, and then the super seeds.
That's right.
Get those figured out. You're in good shape because you can live all winter off of super seeds.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. And we're conditioned that we've got to have a full stomach with all this junky food, and we don't. You can live off just small amounts of nutrient-dense food every single day, and especially if it becomes a survival mode. And it would be psychologically advantageous to have that mentality before this happened, that you can live lean like that, happily and peacefully live lean with good, wholesome food like God intended, and get that mindset, ahead of time, and then you'll be smiling. Even if the crisis doesn't hit for 20 years, still you're going to be one of the happiest people on the planet because you're going to be peaceful and you're going to be healthy and you're going to have good community and good friends. And so, either way, you win. Yeah,
it's like an insurance policy and such. So I think it's kind of cool. And if you can prepare your mind on this and remember that all the creature comforts we think we need, we really don't.
Yeah.
And this has been part of this satanic system that says, I gotta have the stuff mark mentality. Right. When you cut that out of yourself and you go for a walk in the woods and you see the beautiful things that God made for us, and he just makes them bloom, and he clothes the birds and the flowers, and everything's beautiful. And then you smell, the beautiful air, the clean air. And, it's really a beautiful thing that he made for us. Yes. And all these things that human beings have made become, though they're really nice, right? But they're not as beautiful as the thing God made.
That's right.
And the things that he gave us as a gift. And when you get into a very simpler way to live and you put your time into that, you find your heart back and you find your souls back, and you connect with that. It's a beautiful thing. It's not something to mourn.
And mankind was originally created to be in a garden, not in a urban city, and that's why there's so much psychological, mental illness in and around the cities, because people are not designed. Our brains are not designed for that kind of pressure and input. And when you do things God's way, they're always the healthy way. And I remember when I was working at the CIA, I would get out and away from Washington and go up in the mountains. And I used to love to fly fish too. And I'd go way up in the mountains and it is amazing how that clears your head out and centers your focus. And you come back essentially a different person. So everybody needs to do that. Get out in creation. It's just amazing how much stress will fall off, and you'll start thinking clearly again. It's just amazing.
Well, and you change your focus when you stop focusing on yourself and you focus on others. And you start your day out with prayer and think about, just being thankful to God for everything he's done and the beautiful things that he's created, and feel really thankful. It really changes everything. Yep. Go back to the Bible.
That's what I do in the mornings. That's my first priority before anything else. And I can tell you what I went through with the agency when I blew the whistle and the attacks against me. The only thing that kept me going and kept me strong was my faith. And it is a shield, and you must have that with what's coming. You just absolutely must, because if you don't, you're going to go nuts. So that's extremely important part of life.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find a video. I've got a really nice video. It's on YouTube that I really like this. And for a while there, I was playing this like 2 times a day. I was going through like a a bad, weird time. And so you got to find ways to cope, right? And I got to see, it's got to go through some weird, let's see, it'll go through some weird commercial stuff. Usually it's about prostate or something that's ridiculous, or constipation. That's usually what they put up. Hang on, let me see if I can get this. And then there's some really good scripture videos out there that you can have. And we've talked about downloading some of this stuff to have it on a local network. But this is beautiful. I'm going to go ahead here a little bit, but you're going to really like this. Go past here a minute. This is beautiful.
Do you think this is just another day in your life? It's not just another day. It's the one day that is given to you today. It's given to you. It's a gift. It's the only gift that you have right now. And the only appropriate response is gratefulness. If you do nothing else but to cultivate that response to the great gift that this unique day is, if you learn to respond as if it were the first day in your life and the very last day, then you will have spent this day very well.
I got to pause for 1 second or I'm going to get a YouTube strike. Hang on, here we go.
By opening your eyes and be surprised that you have eyes you can open. That incredible array of colors that is constantly offered to us for pure enjoyment. Look at the sky. We so rarely look at the sky. We so rarely note how different it is from moment to moment with clouds coming and going. We just think of the weather, and even of the weather we don't think of all the many nuances of weather. We just think of good weather and bad weather. This day, right now, has unique weather. Maybe a kind that will never exactly in that form come again. The formation of clouds in the sky will never be the same that is right now. Open your eyes, look at that.
Anti-YouTube strike alert.
Look at the faces of people whom you meet. Each one has an incredible story behind their face. A story that you could never fully fathom. Not only their own story, but the story of their ancestors. We all go back so far. And in this present moment, on this day, all the people you meet, all that life from generations and from so many places all over the world, flows together and meets you here like a life-giving water if you only open your heart and drink.
And another.
Open your heart to the incredible gifts that civilization gives to us. You flip a switch and there is electric light. You turn a faucet and there is warm water and cold water and drinkable water.
And I'm going to stop that there, and I'll put the link on my channel, because isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Beautiful. Yeah.
I love that. It's by a Benedictine monk is reading that. And I
Beautiful.
saw on that years ago, and I'm like, that is a really cool thing to focus on.
Yeah. We patterned the farm after Callaway Gardens, which is in Georgia, is this beautiful big garden area. And my wife is a master gardener, so we planted beautiful flowers all around the house and all around the yard and the farm. And so it's like living in a garden. There's just a special piece about that. And there's just something about flowers that just elicits kind of a peace. And it's really something. So essentially, we built a small version of a garden here around our off-the-grid house.
Well, that's cool. What's your favorite flower?
Oh, golly. That's a good question. We have a cactus moonflower that only blooms once a year. And it's absolutely stunningly beautiful, big white flower that pops out. And we have pictures of it, but you got to catch it because it only comes out once a year. And it's really something.
Okay, Christina's popping one up here. Let's see what we have. What are you showing us? Aw.
Oh, yeah.
Roses are my favorite. They have always been since I was a child. I don't know why that is, but it's to the point where my husband stopped buying me roses because as soon as he did, I would wrap a hair tie around the back of them and pin them to the wall. And he was like, why am I buying you roses just for you to kill them? But I have these all over the place. I have roses that was given to me in 2012 from my dead ex-husband. So these are my favorite.
Ah, beautiful. We've got red, yellow, and green roses around the house. Yeah, they're beautiful.
That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, all those things that we can focus on that are different than what we think we have to have in our normal lives. And there's so much to learn. I think it's a lot more fun than, to learn things. Like I'm not a big person to, like, I won't go sit on the beach somewhere. That seems kind of boring to me. I make it about 10 minutes. Next thing you know, I'm up there kicking sand, looking for shells, digging in something, looking for something. I can't just sit still in that. But it's such an interesting time we're going to go into. And I kind of think about it as when things like go down, when they're going to look at it as summer camp. That's great. Remember how much fun you have at summer camp or when you're a kid, or just playing out in the yard when you're a kid and you're doing something different. You go back to when you were a child and what you enjoyed when you were about 7 years old. Mm-hmm. And you'll find the things that you really like, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sue and I, we started with a principle before we moved out here our farm is like a tiny village. We've got little buildings doing separate things. But when we started, every year we would make a list of what we hadn't used in that year. The garage is just full of junk. So the first thing we did was we gave it a lot away, and we had a yard sale and got rid of a lot of that. The next year we made the list again. Okay, what are we not using? What do we not need, or what is just too materialistic? And then we'd sell that and give that to a yard sale. By the time we moved to the farm, we were living lean, more about nature than what we owned or we had just bought. The American dream, sadly, is not what it used to. Now it's the American nightmare, where you get in debt to a big house. We both had big houses. We got rid of both of them. And now we live in a little tiny village. And you start to appreciate life so much more when you get rid of all the material clatter that you don't need, because the human mind can never be satisfied with enough material things ever. That's why people just want more and more and more and more. The less material things you have, I think, the more peace of mind you have. And as the saying goes, when you have stuff has you, and so the simpler you live, the freer you are.
Yeah. So what else can you tell us about? Because you're probably one of the best people to read human beings on the planet, being, your past and such. What else can you tell us about ourselves that we are probably going to have the hardest time overcoming as just good people that want to survive, to help us cope in these situations so that we don't go down and do stupid stuff, the healthier stuff that's better for us.
Yeah, and my master's degree is in forensic psychophysiology, and that's, of course, what we studied and we practiced when we were doing interviews. And I have to say, for everyone out there, get yourself the ancient scriptures, the Bible, specifically the Gospel of John, and read it. Just read it, because that's our grounding and our center and our peace. And trust me, it has been for me. Start there and get peace and belief in a power higher than you, and that's God and Jesus Christ, a power higher than you that you know is going to protect you because you promised to do so when things go bad. And that is the most peaceful, grounding thing someone can have in their life. I've traveled all around the world. I've been to all kinds of cultures, and human beings are all the same. They need to have belief in something other than just this messed up world we live in. And if you've got that, then you'll meet some of the happiest people that you've ever known that have faith, and the most giving people you've ever known that have faith. And that's where I think everybody, including myself, should start.
I bet you've seen some terrible things that you had to get over working in the CIA.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine what things that you've seen and experienced over the years. And the only way to heal that kind of stuff is God Almighty, in my opinion, because
right.
To be able to walk through that and come out okay on the other side,
Right.
And it's true. I mean, we worked with a veterans home for a while, and I thought it was kind of interesting because the people that had lost limbs were helping the people that had whole bodies and such. And I asked the people, I'm like, how does this work? And they're like, oh, the people that actually saw combat are generally healthier than the people that never went.
Right.
And they come back and they've actually, they use it to serve the other people. And I thought that was really, really super interesting.
Yeah,
okay,
it is.
So this is my little thing of pucks that I make. Okay, I call them like protein pucks.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you these. And this is here, let's see if I can get this out so you can see. So I wrap it in like saran wrap and such. And I make these little, I just call them protein pucks. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And I make them a bunch of them all at the same time, and they're wonderful. And it's peanut butter and honey. And then I put the super seeds in it, like chia and flax and quinoa, and you can use hemp and all that. But and then I like to take, I put it in a bowl and I put a little bit of honey on top of it. Man, that's really good.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, but you could live off of this kind of stuff, and it's not that expensive.
Yeah.
And once you do that, you could live off of that for a very long time without getting hungry, and it makes you feel pretty full and such. So all those things that people maybe don't think about, because you don't have to do any food storage with it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And like the lady, your friend that was just on, if you have one of these super straws where you can drink water from a creek and it filters out all the bad stuff, with that and what you're talking about, you're good to go.
Yeah, life straws.
It's not just that. Make sure that you guys have a stock of herbs, because regardless of what big pharma and the medical community tell you, the earth will give you everything you need to heal your body. There is a reason that Americans are sick and obese.
Yeah.
And until we are properly educated and go back to, our original foundations of allowing the earth to provide for you, we are going to stay sick and obese, and big pharma will stay rich, and they will keep you sick.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to kind of get into this sort of area, and it's fun. I really appreciate everything you have to say. Is there anything else that you should tell people to help them cope? And I think this is great. I want you to come back on again, and we can talk about. I'd love that, and we could maybe do. Let's consider this for a while, and psychologically coping and being grateful, and then looking into how to. Think about other people and prepare for them and help them in this transition so that we can kind of be a force multiplier for our communities. I think that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Find faith and then find community. Those two things are so important.
That's across the board what we've seen things fail, I suppose, across the globe. How do we rehabilitate those guys in the CIA who are just miserable?
You don't. You know, and it's like a narcissist. It's a personality disorder. And at the upper levels of the CIA, they're narcissists. They have personality disorders. They have no morals and they feel no guilt. You can't change it. You cannot change a genetic narcissist. You just can't do it. And I've interviewed a lot of people at the CIA during investigations, and some of them are just, it's like you can't help them. Now, God can do anything. All things are possible, you know, so I don't want to rule that out at all. But with a narcissistic personality disorder, rarely are they cured.
Seems like it's like mostly about control and power, that sort of thing. You know,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like I see it around the horses. You know, I've seen some people who are severely narcissistic around the horses, and you can really see that they're craving that, but they can't seem to get over that little fence to make it translate into anything, and it's really too bad.
It's sad. I mean, they'll hurt other people and feel no guilt about doing it at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as we're prepared for that and we know whether that's what we're dealing with, you know, you can cope with anything as long as you have transparency. So, I mean, everybody, you know, like buckle up, because it's going to be a rough landing here. I'm pretty extra sure, but I think it's time, you know, we have to go through that sort of thing, because when we see things so messed up like they are right now, you know, the cleansing has to happen. You can't just keep going the way it is, because we're poisoning ourselves to death, and we're literally destroying each other. That's what they want us to do, is destroy each other.
Right. And we're seeing almost weekly these horrific murder, suicides, and mass shootings. What on earth is going on in this country where people have just gone so horribly wicked, doing things that animals don't even do? What's behind that? Well, what's behind that is the darkness, the spirit of darkness, and the dark vacuum in the United States. Once they threw God out of schools and everything else years ago, darkness came in and filled that void. And we're seeing these demonic acts of murder and suicide and things that are just beyond imaginations. And that gives you an idea where America is spiritually, totally. And that's why there has to be communities that have faith and band together and keep each other strong, because this is, as Paul wrote, spiritual wickedness in high places. And we need to stick together with each other and support each other's faith and be there when one of us has a need.
Yeah, I love that. I really love that a lot. I think this is such a fun subject to talk about, and you know, it's just wonderful. You want to see something else I did? I showed everybody this earlier. Okay, I'll show you this. This is kind of cool. Kind of cool, except for I've got a marauding little possum that he's a Marxist. Yeah, this is a Marxist possum here.
Is he awoke? Is he a woke possum too?
He's a woke possum that decided to victimize my beehives. Check this out. Look at, he's a Marxist, taking what he didn't work for, eating bees as they come out of the hives.
Oh God, naughty little fella.
Yeah, he's a goner. I'm just going to tell you that. I will, for the sake of everybody out here not being brutal, I will trap him and release him somewhere, because they eat lots of ticks, but it's not going to be near the beehive. So there you go.
Right.
So, you know what? I would love for you to pray for us. I always end with prayer at the end of the broadcast. Certainly. And then we'll do like, you know, the last part of it, and a few extra words of encouragement for everybody, and, you know, embrace whatever it is that God sends your way, no matter what it is. Something good can come from it. So go ahead.
Be glad to. Father in heaven, Lord God, we just pray for all of us, Lord, and those that are watching and listening. Father, that you'll prepare us, Lord God, for what's coming. And I pray especially for those that are lonely and don't have community and don't have a support group. Lord, I pray that you'll bring them into a group of people of faith to welcome them in as family. I pray for them, and I pray for all of us as a community, Father, that you'll just give us faith and peace, that we can withstand what is coming, because you're our protector, and that is absolutely true. I've seen it in my own life. I know Donna and others have too. Give us strength, give us faith, Lord God, strengthen our faith daily, and keep us together as believers and as a community, Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In Jesus' name we pray, amen. And please bless with your favor, your favor rest strongly on Kevin. And I'm so thankful for him. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Well, thank you so much. This is so nice.
Thank you for having me.
Christina, who's out here too. Hey, Christina. And
Thank
may
you.
God's favor rest upon you too. I love my friends. We got so many great friends
Awesome.
that we can be thankful for. It's just totally amazing. And
Awesome.
so any last words from you, Kevin, that you want to give everybody? And Kevin's going to come back on.
I'd be glad to.
That would be great.
I'd be glad to. Yeah, today's election day. We don't know how it's going to turn out. It's probably the most painful election I've ever seen in my young 68-year-old life. And just understand, people should understand that God has a plan for everything, as he has, and we've seen that proven over and over again. Whatever the result of this election, don't let it cause fear or confusion in your mind, or don't be terrified or angry or upset. Understand that this is just part of the world, part of the world system, part of politics, which never has a godly angle to it. So it's separate from what really matters. So regardless of how this election turns out, and I have no idea how it will, regardless of how it turns out, don't let it affect your peace of mind. Don't let it affect your hopes for the future. Proceed on with what really matters.
Yeah. And that's good because, it's in the end of the day, God's in control and his will be done. And not what we want done. It's what he wants done, because we can't handle it. I'm just going to say that out there. We've screwed it up substantially amount, screwed up, and it's our fault. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
He gave us the reins, and we went completely off the road here.
Right.
So that's okay. It's going to take him to bring it back. And that's a good place to be. So sit back, Jesus, take the wheel, give us a plan, and we will follow you, whatever you ask us to do. I think that's important.
Amen to that.
Yeah, here we go. Got Boys and Girls as part of the show where we go to ding, 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 BrandenburgForGovernor.com, because I'm the best non-conceder who's ever not conceded in the history of the United States of America. And I would like to talk to the rightful president of the United States. God bless him today. God bless this election and such. But he's got to wear cowboy boots when we talk about it. So there you go. Anyhow, so God bless you.
Thank you, guys.
God bless all those whom you love, and God bless America. Make it a great day. It starts here. Be mentally tough, right? Don't expect the world to be like heaven. It isn't. Okay. We're here. We go there. It's going to be different here. Mentally tough right there. Don't let it get to you. And then put your heart into everything and care about the people around you. You got it one right there. It's good.
There you go.
So have a great day today, and much love to you all. I'll be back on tomorrow and lots more good stuff.
God bless you guys.